last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alistair.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alistair.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. I see everyone is in here tonight. We have Lori, Connie S. Good to see you. We have Brandy and Indy, Forget Me Not, Rogue. Hey Rogue. And we have Hope Floats. Thank you, Hope Floats, for saying that about the storms. I know everybody. Hey Baba Rose. I know people are weathering some pretty bad weather, for lack of a better way to say it. Hey Cuckoo Cuckoo. And hopefully people can get to basements. Hey, Autumn, Melody, Lil Miss Sharon, good to see you. Margaret Chapel, thank you, Mini Panthers, for being here. Thanks, guys. Hey, Mandy Moo. So good to see you guys. But yeah, I know there's tornadoes in a lot of different places. Hey, Brenda. And it just reminds me of when there was a really bad tornado in Joplin, Missouri. And hey, Forrest, good to see you. Um, so prayers for anybody that's dealing with that, and just make sure you get to a safe spot, because sometimes, well, tornadoes are just so indiscriminate. It'll hit someone's house and then another house will be just fine, and then across the street there's another house that was hit, and it just could be scary too. Oh wow, so you're all in the clear. That's good, Rogue. I know a lot of people are, and then a lot of people aren't, and I was watching just a little bit, um, news before I came on. Um, so today we're going to talk about a few different things. First of all, I kind of want to go back to what we were talking about with the Texas Roadhouse. I did get a chance to watch Hindsight's video. It was amazing. And then also Smiley flipped the watch over, and I thought she did a good job. So I grabbed that from her page to look at. And then also, let's see, we find out that this watch is called a Rolex Submariner, and I hope I say that right. Submariner, right? And so this is the watch flipped, and you can see a 4, which seems to me that it's the day of, the day of the month, the 4th. And good to see you, Blessed. Good to see you, and thank you all for all of your sweet comments too. I really appreciate you guys, and you guys are amazing. Um, Oh yeah, it's Rogue. It's quite it's quite annoying at this point. I'm just kind of like, all right, just stop. But it's okay. And also, guys, I will try to do a post, like a community post, where I link, if anybody's ever being like cyberbullied or something, just report it. Report it to YouTube. But YouTube doesn't do much about it. But I mean, honestly, just report it. That's the best thing that we can do. Not to upset any of the nut jobs out there too, because it's kind of dangerous when you're dealing with people who are mentally unstable. But either way, speaking of which, this guy with the watch, I think he is something. It's just there's something to this guy, I believe. So here's the watch. We could see it flipped upside down, or excuse me, right side up from upside down, and we can kind of tell a little bit more. But I did want to pull in this little bit of information on the watch, because I'm not a watch aficionado by any means, and I'm sorry if that's really small, but I'm going to read it for you guys. So this watch, and someone said this word the other night when we were talking about it, and I am not versed in watches, so I didn't understand, but it's the Oyster Perpetual Submariner. Okay, so about this watch, it was one of their very first professional watches, so by Rolex, and it's become an archetype of the tool watches dedicated to diving. So this is a diving watch that we're looking at, and it's called the Oyster Perpetual Submariner. It was at its launch in 1953. The diver's wristwatch to be waterproof to up to 100 meters, so 330 feet. Today, at the forefront of watchmaking technology, the Submariner and the Submariner Date are equipped with features that ensure their reliability and trustworthiness. I mean, I would hope so. It's like $13,000, right? Ensure reliability, trustworthiness as a diver's instruments. And then also, much like those who venture boldly into the mysterious ocean depths, many wearers have chosen the Submariner to explore different territories. So on their wrists, it's surpassed its original purpose and has become globally recognized icon, which I was not aware of. So I did not recognize it as the global icon it is. But nevertheless, a lot of you guys did, and a lot of you recognize this watch. So I wanted to go into it. I also figured out that I really do believe 100% that the pink lady, lady in pink, is yeah, I'm sure there's like way better versions of it too, Rogue. Like there's probably some really high dollar, yeah, encased in diamonds, yeah, if there's extra frills on it, it's going to be worth, a butt ton of money. So, but of course I didn't, I didn't recognize it at all. Of course I don't wear men's watches and I'm not really a watch person, to be honest. But I didn't know that they made a watch that can kind of go to those depths either. So that's interesting. It makes me wonder too what the meaning behind that part is. Um, water, and it's kind of unnerving to really look at it. But again, I don't think the lady in oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Betty, yeah, you're right there in it then. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I hope everybody stays safe, and I hope everybody could get to, like, a safe spot, in their house, because that's the biggest thing, unless there's some storm shelters in the area or something like that, but, um yeah, I would break it. I would break it or lose it too, Rogue. And too, you kind of get nervous walking around with that much money on yourself. You know what I mean? Because somebody could roll you for your Rolex or something. That's kind of scary. So I don't know. I just never. I'm more of a costume jewelry type of a person, but um, yeah, I don't really wear fancy stuff like that. But um, I also wanted to show you this clip from Hindsight. Give me one second and let me pull it up here. I have a few things to show you all tonight, but they're more of a presentation than. Okay, there we go. So here's a video. and exits the door. So it's just a very, very weird, especially when she wasn't really on the radar, right? But then this interaction happens in this, and it looks like they're getting each other's attention, or they know each other, should be getting each other's attention. It's very bizarre. Yeah, I don't know if she spits in the rocks because she, like, I don't know, was sick or something, and she had to spit. But um, yeah, or she could have been spitting her gum out too, Connie. I'm not sure. Um, it wasn't very ladylike at all, Lori. No, it wasn't. And it's like, it's just weird that she wouldn't have, like, went to a trash can if it was gum and just kind of, put it in her hand and tried to throw it in there. Um, something, or, grab a napkin, or um but yeah, yeah, it could be gum for sure, Prayer Warrior. Rogue says, allegedly, in my opinion, if this is part of a decoration for a setup to take away Sebastian, what is all of the secret ops crap going on? Well, see, and that's where it kind of made me think about um, tonight's live, because I wanted to kind of talk about kind of how it has to be very frustrating for Seth. And I say that, not just because I believe Seth is doing everything he can do for Sebastian, but it's more or less, this is kind of what road we're down right now. The last time we see Sebastian is in this Texas Roadhouse video, right? And his mom doesn't seem to be searching for him like his dad is, right? And maybe that could be, there could be a million different reasons that that's the case. But I also um, think that we have to examine every possibility when it comes to what happened to Sebastian, because we don't know what happened. We don't have a lot of evidence to go off of. If the police came out and said something, I would try to go down that road as much as possible, because of course they're the ones that are going to be the authority on it, right? But yeah, Betty, there's so many players that interact in a not normal fashion. I agree with that too. She says in her opinion. I agree with that, because, it's just, like I said, that lady wasn't even on my radar, and here she is. I always thought Yellow Jacket was a really odd character, especially because we don't see him getting any food, or it doesn't look like he is part of, like, the hustle and bustle of the wait staff. So, um, makes me feel good to see Seth and Sebastian close in a pic right at the bottom. Yeah, thank you, Joseph, for that. Um, I love that picture. It's such a good picture, and they're both smiling just like exactly like each other. Um, and Brandy and Indy says Yellow Jacket is definitely involved, in my opinion. Hey, Trishy, good to see you. Good to see you. And welcome everybody else that's coming in. I, you know, I really wanted to share this with you all. And this is something that I learned a long time ago from somebody um, that was my DV coach, I guess you could call her, at one of the local, sorry, I have to plug this in. I thought it was charged. Okay, there we go. One of the local DV centers. So I wanted to share this with you guys really quick. And she shared this with me, and I thought it was really neat. I've always loved it. But this woman named Brene Brown is fantastic. And I don't know if you all are familiar with her, but she does a TED Talk, and she talks about daring greatly, and because she wrote a book called Daring Greatly. But her inspiration for the book is this quote, and it's from the Man in the Arena speech, right, by Theodore Roosevelt. And it says, oh, sorry about that, guys. Okay, It says, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit goes to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is not effort without error and shortcomings, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at his worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly." And I think that this quote is spot on for what we talk about when it comes to Seth and the way that he searches for his son. He does it every day, and he has been doing it every day, looking and looking for his son, and he gets a lot of crap for it, but at least he goes out there and at least he does it. Whenever he fires up a live and starts talking about his son and shares personal details about his relationship with Sebastian, about some of the things that Sebastian likes to do, old voicemails that are his to keep, but he decides to share them with us. That's when he is daring greatly, right? Because he's putting himself in a space of vulnerability because, he knows that it's opening himself up to criticism just by telling his story. People will really get the facts wrong and spread a whole lot of information that isn't right. But he doesn't care. He still gets up there and he talks about Sebastian. He talks about his efforts in finding his son. And he just does that over and over and over and over again. And he's been doing that for a year. Televising his son's vigils. He doesn't have to do that. That's something that he is special, that he is sharing with all of us. But a lot of times, things, hey, Aries, hey, Holly S., good to see you crafting in true crime. But a lot of times when we do that, we open ourselves up to a lot of criticism, and it just takes a lot of vulnerability and a lot of being brave, right? So this next quote also reminded me of Seth. It says, "Faith is a place of mystery where we find the courage to believe in what we cannot see and the strength to let go of our fear of uncertainty." And I believe that's true because every time we keep the faith, it is a kind of a mysterious place to lie, right? Because we don't know for sure, but we're choosing to be faithful and we're choosing to remain in that state of faith, right? And we can't see it, there's stuff that we can't change. There's things that, that fear of the uncertainty, right? It's just, it's one of those things where it's a very scary place to be, but it can also be a place full of hope and love as well. And so I think that is something that was very important to share about Seth's journey, if you will. This is another one. "What we don't need in the midst of a struggle is shame for being human." That's the last thing that any of the parents need when their child goes missing, right? Because in a situation like this, there's not going to be a good dynamic. There's not going to be a good situation. But if we could just give them the grace of being human, right? They're just human. And know that we're not really going through it with them, but we can sit with them and at least give them a space like we do when we go over and watch Seth's lives. And I think that that's really important to remember, that we're all just human, and none of us would really know what to do in a situation like this, you know? Yeah, Holly S. I feel the same way. And even just looking at these Texas Roadhouse videos, they're just so grim, right? Like the thoughts that come to our mind, and I can't imagine the thoughts that are coming into Seth's mind and how he must feel. And when I see different people calling even myself like a part of the green team, well, I don't know what other team I would ever be on, because that's Sebastian's favorite color, and that's what we do, right? In true crime, we give a heart of the person's favorite color, hoping that that will let us stand in solidarity for that person, you know, um, and show the love. And so this is another one um, that's very important to remember too, is that shame cannot survive being spoken. It cannot survive empathy. And so if we can kill the hate, and if we can stop the shaming, I believe that we can kill it with empathy. And I think that's something that's very important to remember, because every time that we stand in a space, like I said, with Seth, and remember that he is human and that he is doing the best that he can, and that we're not the one in the arena, that he is the one that's standing in that arena, we're just in the real cheap seats, right? And so we need to remember that he's the one that's going through it. He's the one that's looking for Sebastian. He's the one that's holding the vigils. He's the one that's holding prayers. He's the one that is getting up on a channel and speaking about his son. Um, you know, he's working with professionals to find him. Um, hey, Trooper's mom, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, Aries, it does get so hard. There's so many. There was a young girl from Tampa that I just saw. She was 16 and she was lured by a 35-year-old on a dating website, and they're looking for her in the landfills now. Um, it's so disheartening. It's so sad, and it's like the grandma who she was living with was like, well, she leaves all the time, so I didn't report her missing. I rarely do report her missing because she just leaves, takes off all the time. Well, I mean, she's like on dating websites looking for older guys and stuff, or talking to them, which is absolutely so sad. And hey, Deanna, and no one looking for her, no one looking for her. Joseph. Well, a guy like Elon Musk, he's what we would call a high D personality, right? Tony Robbins, high D personality. He's all about money. He's very money minded. He's quick to the point. If you talk to Elon, you had better say what you want to say, and at least, I would even be surprised if he lasted past 10 seconds, that guy. That's just how those guys are. They're money-minded, business-oriented guys, and you need to be, you had better be to the point. And I don't think he knows really how to feel that kind of empathy. But nevertheless, I don't think he's a horrible guy or anything. But definitely some of the guys that I used to work with in the real estate game. So this brings me to perfectionism, and I have to struggle with this one all the time. This is the one that I like to go back to because, a lot of times we want to do everything perfectly, and we want everything to be really good. And, That goes for just everything in our lives, right? Our kids, our family, everything. We just want to, when it's Christmas time, we want it to be just perfect, right? It's got to be great. And the food has to be good and everything has to be perfect. But that's just not how life is, right? So perfectionism is a self-destructive and addictive belief system that fuels this primary thought: if I look perfect and do everything perfectly, I can avoid or minimize the painful feelings of shame, judgment, and blame. And I think that is a very hard spot to be, especially when we talk about the parents of missing children, right? In Sebastian's case, um, Seth wasn't very aware of other things that were going on, right? There was a lot that was going on that was out of his control. And now he has to sit in this kind of a blame judgment role where, he was the other parent. Um, but it's very difficult for me to place any kind of blame in that direction when it's very clear to me that there were issues within the household that were causing this kind of discourse in the family and with the neighbors. I mean, there were just so many things, DFS, the teachers at the school, different things like that. So, um, you know, understanding that in that dynamic, there could have been some things that even Katie was trying to help, but she couldn't because of who she was married to. Um, I do believe that has plays a big role in it as well. But when we look back, I think we have to again realize that none of us are perfect, and that many of us are going to want to kind of judge what's going on, but have to remember that again, nobody has a perfect life. Nobody has um, the perfect situation all the time. Trooper's mom says, I'm so glad I let go of perfectionism early, so I didn't raise my children that way. Life is so much easier not underestimating oneself. Thanks, Trooper's mom. I love that. And it's true. Um, it's one of those things where, we want to take a situation and we want to analyze it, right? And we want to be like, okay, well, this shouldn't have happened here. Okay, this is where this went wrong. But also remembering that we shouldn't be judging, right? Because it's going to happen, right? People are going to make mistakes. People are going to mess up. Um, but I also think that it takes a lot of courage to do what Seth is doing and just keep going, right? Um, It really does. It takes a lot. Um, yeah, the cruel and evil stuff is uncalled for. Yeah, and that's why I think it's just really important to remember that no one is perfect, and you just kind of have to chalk it up to they're going through something that, maybe not everybody can understand. Um, This is another one that I thought was really good. So, integrity is choosing courage over comfort, choosing what is right over what is fun, fast, or easy, and choosing to practice our values rather than simply professing them, right? So, basically, practice what you preach. And I think a lot of what Seth has done through this process of being in the social media kind of shitstorm is he has decided that, yeah, it's not comfortable for me to get up and talk about my son. It's hurtful, sharing the messages and things like that. That had to have been so freaking hard. I can't even imagine having to do something like that. But having that integrity that he does and that courage to choose, hey, my son's missing, and the more that I get his name out there, it doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable for me. I need to do this for him. And he's been doing that, and he also has tried very, very hard not to bash the other parent involved in this, but it's very difficult, right? Because the other parent was the last one with Sebastian. So every time that we go back to, okay, we have to have, empathy and compassion for the situation. I think it's very hard on the other side to do that when Katie was the last one with her son, and we know that, um, we just know that. Yeah, I think she is deeply disturbed, Joseph. I do. I do. Her upbringing and then also environment largely played a role. Yes. And then also I think getting involved with the Foot Clan, because they were already not good people, as it was. You know what I mean? And I haven't seen this in Katie at all. Standing up, choosing courage over comfort. I've not seen that. I've not seen it. Yeah, and Seth even said, "I'm not gonna talk about her upbringing," because that is painful. Generational trauma is painful. The things that, um, and at the end of the day, I don't think it has much to do with what happened to Sebastian, thankfully. He's not there with that side of the family or anything like that. But just the fact of her putting Sebastian in harm's way with them previously, is something again that I think that Seth chose courage over comfort, because I don't think that he was happy to share that information, but I think that he did it because he knew that, Sebastian's missing for a year and people need to understand kind of the environment that he went missing from. Um, we wouldn't have to worry about that if the circumstances were different. Um, we just wouldn't. Yeah, Holly says the Foot Clan was like putting gas on fire. And Seth, he wasn't always like this. Seth said she wasn't always like this. And I mean, I can look back at pictures and see that, I can see a proud mom. I really can. And yeah, very, very dangerous relatives. And I don't understand why that wasn't, like, nothing was done about that. That's what's bizarre to me too, is knowing that, he was put in that dangerous situation and nobody really did anything besides Seth. And he did the best thing that he could have done, which was call the police, get the authorities involved, get Sebastian away from those people. Um, Hey, Hindsight, happy Friday. Good to see you. But yeah, she just simply did not do that. And I think it's hard for us all to believe something like that. But if you weren't following the case, you might not. Um, you might not. This is another one. Vulnerability is about showing up and being seen. It's tough to do that when we're terrified about what people might see or think. And, that's another thing that's got to be very difficult in this story, coming out and saying things, especially when it comes to like what had happened to Sebastian in the household and what Seth had to find out later on that was happening. So he didn't know what was happening, in the house until afterwards, until much later. And then, hey, Chloe Jade, and these new reports from the counselors that were coming out in Sebastian's words, it's got to be very difficult knowing that information and not really being able to articulate it or share it because it is so personal. And it is so difficult, because according to what Seth has said, the things that were going on in the household were things that would keep us all up at night, is what he said. Um, and that's always stuck with me. It's always really stuck with me because I mean, Sebastian didn't deserve to live like that. He just did not. He did not. And then this one says, most people believe vulnerability is weakness, but really vulnerability is courage. And I believe this to be true, especially when Seth goes out there and he is just relentlessly searching for his son. It doesn't matter what anybody says. He doesn't get up there and complain or anything. He just goes up there and says, I miss my son. I want my son to be home. And for him to do that, it takes a lot of courage. It takes a heck of a lot of courage. Hey, Florida girl. You know, and it's something that that if you're not up there too, then you really don't get a whole lot to say about it, in my opinion. And that kind of goes back to the man in the arena, you know, and he's the one that's out there. I would be saying the same thing if I saw that same kind of gumption from the other parents in the situation, but we just simply don't see that, unfortunately. I really wish that we did. Hey, Jana, good to see you. Good to see you. Go ahead and drop that link for your book. It's so good. It is so good. I'm going to be working on that as well. I'm going to be working on that too, getting the rest of the chapters worked on too. So hopefully by the end of the week. And this quote here, vulnerability is not oversharing. It's sharing with people who have earned the right to hear our stories and our experiences. Now, this one was very near and dear to me because I told you guys I'd been through a lot of counseling, right? But not everything resonated with me like some of these do. And for some reason, the person who was so awesome to have introduced me to Brene Brown really knew what I needed, I think, way more than I knew what I needed. And so it was very surprising to me. But yes, vulnerability is not oversharing. So, and it's also knowing who you can share your story with and who you can't. But in Seth's situation, that's almost impossible, right? Because he needs to talk about his son. He needs to get his story out there. And he has really no choice but to tell people who don't deserve to hear his story. Not everybody deserves it because not everybody is going to show the empathy. Not everybody is going to understand. Not everybody is going to offer a hug. Some people are going to take and twist it and make it into something horrific when really what's really horrific is that Sebastian is still out there and he's missing still. And we don't know where he is. And we don't know what happened to him. Hey, Miss Machete, good to see you. So it's just one of those things. Yes, Joseph, thank you. Not everyone deserves our best. You know, but he's kind of backed into a corner. I mean, what is he supposed to do? You know, because people would say, well, how come he's not talking about his son? You know, we would be asking, hey, Irony, we would be asking the same things of Seth that we're asking of Chris and Katie, right? You know, we just would be. It's just natural. But he's kind of backed into a corner. He has to share with people who don't deserve to hear it, unfortunately. And then this one's really important to me because I heard something today about the green team, and I've heard myself being called the green team, which, like I said, I'm proud of it. But its vulnerability is not winning or losing. It's not, or excuse me, it's having the courage to show up when you can't control the outcome. And, you know, I show up for Sebastian because I love Sebastian. I want him to be found. I want him to be reunited with his family. Um, and it's not to me about whether I'm right or wrong. It's not whether I think that I'm on the better side or that I don't think I'm on the better side. But it's more that I want to show up, talk about his story, talk about the different aspects and possible outcomes of what happened to him. But at the end of the day, I know that I can't control what other people are going to say and do or believe or anything like that. Thank you, Miss Brenda, for hitting that like button. Thank you. And but we still get up, we still get up and we do it, and we tell what we think is going on, right? And we put his picture up there, which that one is a really cute one. I just found that new one. I don't know where it came from, but it's so cute. And then the pool picture I put on the thumbnail because I just thought that one was adorable, because we know that he loves to swim. We know that he loves to be in the water, and he likes to kind of hang out in the water. Um, it's very calming. But again, with Seth going out there, knowing that he can't control the outcome, he's showing up to do it. He's showing up all the time. Thank you, Trishy. And then I have this one for you guys. And this is the one that kind of negates all of the good, right, that he's doing out there. Shame corrodes the very part of us that believes we are capable of change. So maybe Seth and Katie had a failed marriage, right? And maybe it would have been more ideal to have them both in the household. And, any of us that have been through divorce, it's just very difficult. And it comes with a lot of shame. It comes with a lot of shame because you couldn't make it work, right? Your family didn't work. But he gets up there and he says, this is what happened. And he tells us in a very candid, truthful, in my opinion, way. But then we get all of the shame from these haters, right? That's corroding the part that he should be feeling good about, right? So it wasn't a good marriage, so you got out of it. That's good. It wasn't a good situation for Sebastian, so you took him out of it. You guys separated from each other. That's good. You tried to make it about him, and that's a good thing. That's a definite good thing. It's just all these little things that are making it so unbearably awful for the father of a missing child. It's something that, instead of people saying, wow, I'm blown away by his courage. I'm blown away by the way that he will get up there and be honest about his personal life. Seth moved across the country to be near Sebastian. Amen, Brandy and Indy. I mean, and he lived there to be next to Sebastian. He didn't have any reason to be in Tennessee. He had no reason for that. Unseen photos are magically appearing, which is wonderful to see him. However, should have been long ago shared. I agree with that, Hindsight. I agree with that. Where were all the photos at before? And it's unfortunate because there's so many pictures that could have been out. Even the first week, we should have had a plethora of pictures to kind of look at the mannerisms. I was complaining. I made a flyer because I was complaining that there were no like identifying factors. of Sebastian, like he's got a dimple. They could say that, he has a couple of, like kind of like birthmarks or mole on his neck. There's a lot of little indicators that could have been shared, and then we don't see them. It's really frustrating. Um, really, really frustrating. And so and I don't know why. I don't know why. Um, Even like the one with the bike riding. I mean, that would have been a good way to get some of his mannerisms too. Let me take this down. But that would have been a really good way to get his mannerisms down too. Just kind of seeing how he interacts, his voice. We hear more of Chris in that one. I think maybe um, a little bit at the end we can hear him, but um, yeah, Deanna, me too. And sometimes that's the kind of the worst thing they could say. But I think that it's something that I wouldn't want to be not on the green team either. I mean, so it's just a really weird um, kind of concept for me, because I'm thinking, we're just sitting here talking about Sebastian. It's not really about anyone but him. What could have happened to him? Um, where is he? You know, um, if that puts me on one team or the other, then I guess wherever I fit in there. But and Joseph says they will not want Sebastian to be found. Don't share much about him, in my opinion. I mean, that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like to me, because they're not putting it out. They weren't. It's really weird. He does have his dad's smile, Connie. I agree. There are some pictures out there though that he really looks like Katie a lot too. So I would never discount that. But he does. He looks like they're just like two little peas in a pod in that one. I love that picture. And yeah, he does. Yeah, hindsight says he looks so much like Seth too. I think so too. And as he was getting older, his hair was getting darker, and yeah, it's cute. Yeah, Deanna, in my opinion as well, she says that newer photos were not shown in the beginning for some reason, in her opinion. Yeah, and I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me why you wouldn't put out just as many as you could. I think from the beginning, this case was kind of really wacky. I mean, they had everyone out looking, right? There was a bunch of people that were out looking. Um, yeah, I don't know. But they weren't sharing kind of what you would expect people to be sharing. Um, yeah, Baba Rose, I believe that. I believe they know where he is. I do. I believe that. It's just from the demeanor, the way they came out at the 1 year mark, it was really something else. Yeah, Brandy and Indy says truth for Sebastian and Seth if they don't want to attempt to throw shade due to that and finding the truth, then so be it. Yeah, and that's a lot of it too. It's just kind of throwing shade, and it's really, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, a lot of it either. Like some of the things that they say, um it doesn't make sense. Like another creator I was listening to today was saying things like, well, it's funny how you think this could be happening, but then you think this could be happening, and it's like, well, what are we supposed to think when we don't have the information, right? That leads to a lot more speculation. And that's all we can really do from, at that point. So there's not one rabbit hole that I know of that I haven't been down with Sebastian's case. I mean, um, I've looked into a lot of different, um, or I've went down many different rabbit holes that I haven't even shared with all of you, because it's just kind of, okay, well, what about this? But it's always something that leads me to believe this, so that's the reason I'm going down there, right? But it's not always things that I want to share, unless I had more proof. But talking it over and talking about Sebastian, I guess I'm really confused because it's okay to get up there and talk smack about other creators, and it's okay to get up there and say all of these horrible things and then put hashtag Sebastian. Um, but they're not looking over the possibilities, but they're criticizing other people who are. So it's just very backwards, and it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make a darn bit of sense. Um, and Holly S says, I don't like that they are showing all of these old photos. I feel like it's brainwashing people and to think that that's what they should be looking for, right? And don't people that don't follow the case very closely. Yeah, I understand that. Like it's like somebody might think he's younger, so they're looking for a younger version of him, right? And not, the guy that's 5'5", possibly maybe hit a little bit more of a growth spurt. You know, yeah, and his hair might be darker by now. I do believe, his hair looked a lot darker in the Texas Roadhouse footage, um, you know, especially during Fox and Friends interview at the very beginning. That was so bizarre to have those pictures. Now, those pictures were really young, right? Those were, I agree, Irony Rose. Those pictures were um, very much younger of a Sebastian, right? I don't get that either, especially when she had the pictures from the Texas Roadhouse. Like, maybe even if they're not the best ones, they're still the newest ones. Um, yeah, Connie, I feel like that too. I don't think that they want him to be found, in my opinion. Yes, Trooper's mom, I do have an email. Yes, it's Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. You can send it there. I'd love to see it. Yeah, and he's just so adorable. I mean, it's weird too. And I know they were saying things like Sebastian looked goofy and stuff like that, which is awful. That's another thing I kind of wanted to discuss too, is just the way that Sebastian was portrayed. Um, it's like not only the severity of his autism, but then also just the way that they portrayed him and the way that they spoke about him publicly, um, was trying to kind of mislead us to believe that Sebastian, um, was a lot of things that he wasn't. Um, and that's another thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, right? Because I have to admit, when I first started following the story, I was following, Pascal's show, right? Because Seth would be going on there, he'd call into the show. And so, but I never heard him saying anything disparaging about Sebastian, nothing like that. He even didn't want to disparage Katie, which I found to be very, um, honorable, showed integrity, right? Like I was talking about earlier. I think it shows a lot of integrity when you won't, go out and say, well, all of this stuff happened with mom, right? Because everybody's already kind of pointing the finger at her. She was the last one with him. But Seth wasn't on that bandwagon. Thanks, Meow, for hitting that like button. Um, Oh, Joseph says, my cat disappeared for 3 months. I searched every day, calling out his name, and after 3 months, I was so lost. He came home one night. Oh, and I hugged the spit out of him. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad that he came back. That I it's even that way when you have animals, they're like your family. Well, they are family. They are. Yeah, I wonder how many they have, 13 to 15, Hindsight. Oh, jeez. I know, I'm so glad, right? Machete. Aw. Well, and cats, they kinda like to go off by themselves sometimes, so gosh, that would be so scary, though. Yeah, when he's found, the truth will come out when Sebastian tells his story. Yeah, and that's the thing, Lori, and I really believe that Sebastian knew how to advocate for himself. So I think that's very true. Very, very true. And we won't know, we just won't. Oh my goodness, after a year, Holly. Oh my gosh. Oh. That's so cute, living with the neighbors the whole time. Oh no. That's cute. Aw. Oh, how cute. I'm not even Typier. Is it Typier? Did I say it right? Aw, French for little for little loved one. How cute. Aw. If it's not for At Night releasing the Texas Roadhouse video, we would still not really know what Sebastian looks like, in my opinion. You know, I agree with that because that is the newest photo that we have of him, the newest, you know, and even watching his mannerisms. I agree. I agree with that. Um, Sometimes I'll go live with the neighbors' little traders. Machete. I know, I'm so glad he came back. Thank you, Holly S. Yes, and don't send it to that mod one. Oh my gosh, please. I'm still trying to figure out how to shut that thing down. Um, Miss Machete. Scammy says if Sebastian didn't have the green team, all he would have is the mean team. We know we know they don't care. That was a good one, Scammy. Oh my goodness. I know, I don't know, I don't even know what the others are called, but the meme team seems to fit really, really well. Yes, thank you, crafting. Thanks, guys. Yeah, okay, so Holly says, lady on the Fox and Friends, they included a photo where Sebastian wasn't even in it. I noticed that too, but I didn't want to say anything because I was like, maybe it is him and then I'm gonna look silly. But like but I noticed that too. I was like, who's this other, you know, that was weird. That was weird. But you know, it seems like it there was a time when they used to do fun stuff together, right? And now, you know, guys, again, I'm trying not to, you know, kind of bash one side or the other, right? But it seems to me like they used to do a lot of fun stuff together and then all of a sudden it stopped. And I understand that once you get, you know, when you're new in a relationship with somebody, it's going to be a little different. And, you know, maybe he's trying to take them out for fun outings and stuff like that. It seems like he did a lot of that in the beginning. And I'm talking about Mr. Chris. He took them out a lot and they would do things together. And then all of a sudden that stopped, right? And I don't know if it was when they moved in together or if it was like after they got married, because usually that's when the narcissist mask will fall. And I would hate to think that it fell before they got married, um, because then that's bad, you know, that's really bad. Um, but I'm thinking that maybe that maybe it could have been something where the mask fell and then I'm guessing that Katie probably was married to him already and it was like the hiking trips would stop, the going out to nice restaurants would stop, that sort of thing. Not not that all of that kind of stuff that you do in the beginning, of course, that happens in every relationship, but I'm talking about like a whole 180, you know, not where, you know, life kind of gets in the way and you know, you kind of get comfortable and you don't go out as much, you know, you kind of sit at home more, things like that. But it's just it's strange. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you. Thank you. Um yeah, I mean, so can the girl cats. They could be that way too. Brandy and Indy says, I agree. We were asking why CP said he could tell us something about Sebastian and nobody would search for him. Yeah, Seth had to address it, in my opinion, and nothing will stop us from looking for Sebastian. No way. Yeah, and you know, Brandy, that was another thing that was very bothersome to me, um, because what parent, what step parent, I know he's a step parent, but what step parent would say something like that? Who would want their child not looked for, right? That is so strange to me. It is so weird that he would say something like that, kind of in a threatening manner. And I do remember that Seth had to kind of come up and be like, well, this is what happened, and this is why he's saying something like this. Um, and that had to be very difficult to come forward with, because then he was bashed about telling Sebastian's personal life, right? Which is not right, obviously. But in that sense, I think it was more that he was, again, cornered, put in that position where I have to explain to everybody why. And it's just a smear campaign against Sebastian, is what it was. It was because they didn't want him being looked for. And so that was just a way to get people not to want to look for him. And that was very early on. That was not something that happened, a couple of months in. That was something that happened right away. Why would a stepfather not want their stepson to be looked for? I mean, it makes absolutely no sense at all. And it's very, very bizarre. Hey, Unjustice, good to see you. Absolutely, Trishy. Thank you for being here. When I first heard them talk, I thought Sebastian was nonverbal. Yeah, that's another thing, excuse me, that I was thinking as well. Is Sebastian, can he tell, what happened to him, right? Like, even early on, I was thinking like that, because they were saying things. Well, it was also in the flyer, like, he has a medical condition which would, kind of hinder him being able to find his way home on his own, right? Which, I mean, arguably, that's true. But I think the severity, it just made us think that the severity of his autism was worse than really what it was, because I think that he's fully capable of saying, my name is Sebastian Rogers, and, I'm lost. I don't know where I'm at. I need to call my dad. Like, I need to call my mom. Because according to Seth, he very much knew how to get a hold of Katie and how to get a hold of himself, on the phone, because he was a latchkey kid. Um, oh, I'm so sorry, Connie. It is like losing a family member. It is. It really is. Um, you know, it really is. And thanks, Holly. Thank you, Trishy. Meow. Hey, Ida. Good to see you. Good to see you and Dan from Idaho. Nice to see you guys. Yeah, Chris had been married for 5 times. I feel like he was done with Katie, and Sebastian got caught in the crossfire. Yeah, well, we definitely know that there was a lot going on between the two of them, even to the point where Chris was telling Seth that they were on the rocks, which I think is very strange, right? Because and maybe because I didn't deal with that before, but like, it's really strange that somebody would be talking like that and saying that to an ex, it's weird. Again, it just seems like a smear campaign, like we were hearing from Matt, the coworker, that um, Terry Bowersox would come in the break room and there'd be like a bunch of people in the break room, and he'd be like, "Oh, Kathy, this, and she's just horrible, and blah blah blah. I'm gonna, do this," and whatever he was saying, but really disparaging and doing it in front of a whole bunch of people, so that way, like, he was shaming her. And it sounds a lot like what Chris was doing to Katie with Seth, like shaming and um, you know, smearing her, like we're on the rocks and, she's bad or whatever, but it seemed like a smear to me, especially to go to, you know, the father of her children and say that. Um, and hindsight says he knew, in my opinion, he had to have a wife at home in order to make it look good for the custody fight. Absolutely. Absolutely. He was love bombing to make that happen till he got tired of it, in my opinion. Yeah, and that is so true that the courts will favor a two-parent household, right? I mean, they just will, in terms of, or excuse me, instead of a household that only has a single parent. And I do agree with that. I agree with that. Love bombing, to the max. I mean, deep sea fishing, really nice restaurants, like that's a lot. You know what I mean? That's a lot. And it stinks. It stinks because it's like, those are things that are nice. And it's like you got to be careful of those things. And I don't know. It's just horrible because it's hard to even think about getting into a new relationship with somebody because it's just like, are they going to do that to me? Like love bomb me, then all of a sudden, become a monster. Really, I mean, just some of the things. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Remember, Nina said that he did the same thing, just changed on her. Yes. And it became so awkward. Yeah. She kept saying things like, he made me feel really uncomfortable. He wasn't really nice to my kids. He started being, mean to them, hurting their feelings, like little things like that kind of leading up to it. Absolutely, Holly. And, that's the kind of thing that is so hard to believe when you're in that situation because you're like, wait a minute, this person was a good person, right? And then all of a sudden they're like a really, really bad person and they're doing all this stuff to you. And you're like, what has happened? And a lot of times it doesn't start until you're married to them or you're like living with them. Um, Joseph, yes, absolutely. I believe in I don't believe in any of that. Oh, sorry, I missed a comment. I missed a comment somewhere. Oh, okay. Serafina, I got it. I got it. Yeah, see, I didn't want to watch it because I thought it was too disturbing, Miss Machete. I thought it was too disturbing. Yeah, see, Holly doesn't think it's true either. It's horrible. Love bombing, yeah. Yeah, love bombing. And then it all stops, and then it's like, you're already too far into it, probably I don't know if he's because when they got together, he had her get rid of the cats, and so maybe that was one of the first kind of red flags, but she thought, well, okay, I'll get rid of my cats, which I don't know. That would have been a hard one. I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't have gotten rid of my cats, but that's just me. Um, and we don't know the level of guilt that was placed on her either, where maybe he was like, well, those are just cats and I'm a person and I'm really allergic. There could have been he could have done that in a very nice like way too, where she wasn't any the wiser to it. She just kind of thought, okay, well, he's really allergic and that sort of thing. Yeah, that honeysuckle thing. Yeah, Baba Rose. Oh. Yeah, I did too, Prayer Warrior. She says, I thought he had the mentality of a much younger child from listening to the Proudfoot's interviews, in my opinion. Yeah, well, Chris said that. He said in the one interview that that he's 15, but his mind hasn't caught up to his body yet. And so that kind of made us think that like his mentality was younger, right? And they would say things like, he plays with the Legos, but they didn't say that he was good at putting together, like, some Legos, and we talked about this before in here. Some Legos are, super sophisticated even. Even the littler sets can be kind of hard to, put together, and you have to follow the directions and stuff like that. But they weren't saying that, like, they were saying it like basically that he was younger. I agree. Yeah, Sebastian tried to tell a bunch of different people. He did try. He did try. And I think that's one of the most frustrating things, you know, and that's one thing I never could ever um get upset with anybody that maybe thought to keep some of that confidential, because it's just hard. It's just really, really hard. And I just think it's sad, that he tried so hard to tell, and he just couldn't. He couldn't get any type of relief. That, they would just, take the reports down and nothing would happen. And I truly believe that they dropped the ball, and I know that lady got fired, but I mean, not telling Seth what was going on, that's just horrible too. No, I didn't see that. Holly S says that there's a comparison of Chris and Chris Watts' statements. Oh gosh, no, I'm gonna have to go watch that though. Chris Watts versus the Chris Proudfoot, the CP, huh? Because I remember when he said, "Oh, Sebastian's just a child," that reminded me so much of Letitia Stout. I just couldn't believe that. So I'm curious. I'm trying to think back in my head about what Chris has said and what the other Chris Watts has said. I feel like she should just be wrong about some things. Hopefully the most awful things. Oh yeah, the lady. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Hey Sharon, good to see you. Yeah, I don't think it's great that his personal life was shared, but he did not have the choice. Yeah, and it's definitely not Sebastian's fault. Amen, Holly. And and the thing is I was thinking back and I'm like, I would probably say the same thing because it's the understanding of what Chris put out there. And that's the hardest part. Is having for Seth to have to, put that out there because of what Chris said. And that was always what was in the back of my mind, like, he was pushed, and you could tell just by his reaction just how upset Seth was, that it wasn't something that he wanted to do, but it was something that he felt like he had to do. And again, so you guys don't have to look at my face. But there you go. If you're not in the arena, if you're not the one telling the story, if you're not the one showing yourself, um, it doesn't matter what you have to say, because um, you're not the one in the arena. Yeah, meow. I think so. I kind of believe that lady with the dating site thing, but I don't know what to believe on that, but I still kind of think that it's a strong possibility. But again, when it comes to having to tell those details, it was part of the story that um he was cornered into having to say, right? Um yeah, Joseph Rep, I believe that too. They're stuck together in order to avoid prison. Yeah, they're gonna have to stick together. And I think that's why they have stuck together, in my opinion. And Honeyberry says, yes, side by side with Chris Watts was chilling to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to think back of what he was saying, but I know um, he was definitely just as nonchalant as Chris Watts. I mean, Chris Watts was very nonchalant, but he also had the behaviors of somebody that was defensive. Yeah, getting married too fast is a sign too. I agree, prayer warrior. It is. It is a sign. Um, it is a sign. And I know there's people that get married fast and it works out and everything's, lovely and it's so great and I'm happy for them. But to me, I would worry why somebody would want to get married so fast. I mean, we also saw that um, with Crystal McCrory Jones and in her case, where she's promised the world, she's promised all these great things, and then it wasn't like that. Once they were married, it shifted, all the way into the other direction. Um, it's just yeah, I agree with that too, Miss Machete. We have more proof of him not suffering than we do otherwise. Yeah, Holly, and you're probably right that they knew exactly what they were doing. Yeah, I mean, I can't discount it because, I do think that they definitely had something to do with it. I mean, it's just the actions that we're seeing. It's kind of like it's hard to believe otherwise. It is. Yes, however, in my opinion, I wouldn't put it past him to place it all on her. Well, I worry about that too. I do hindsight because I feel like if anybody throws anybody under the bus, it's going to be Chris throwing Katie under the bus. I mean, if somebody starts talking, um, you know, if I was her, I would be worried about him talking and blaming everything, not taking any responsibility. And we've seen him do that several times. I mean, this isn't the only time. Um, well, I mean, he's just done it so many times where it's like, well, I wasn't home, but I can answer these questions, there's just been so many examples of it. Um, yeah, or they shower you with nice stuff or have your lifestyle dependent on them. Yes, Unjustice Project. And that's part of that financial abuse, that we see all the time in these situations, putting a person in a position where they have to rely on you, and it's just so bad. I mean, there's times where sometimes they'll try to get you fired from your job, and that was one thing that was bizarre about Crystal's case as well. I mean, instead of him getting her fired from her job, he wanted to get her working again, so that way she could be in the group policy, and then he can collect from the group policy. He called her employer and basically said Crystal's going to be back at work. I mean, it's like control, and then because he wanted something out of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Rogue. Oh, I'm sorry about that. And Ida Anthony says, "Hey, Lady Freedom, in my opinion, I think that Seth really loves Sebastian, and in my opinion, Seth will never stop looking for his son." Yeah, I really feel that way too, Ida. Thank you. I do believe that too. I believe that he'll never stop. I think that he's definitely looking for him and doing everything that he can to make sure that Sebastian's found. I really do. I really do. Hey, Borna Honey, thank you. Thanks for coming in. And Justice Project says, I think she was seeing the lifestyle and falsely promised future for her and Sebastian. She was upgrading in her mind, maybe. I believe that too. I think, if we think of it from Katie's perspective on that, I think it's one of those things where it's kind of easy to see, okay, she met someone who was also in the Navy, right? She meets this person who's also in the Navy, so that's a pro, right? And I think all of us ladies do this in our minds when we meet a guy, right? We think, okay, that's a pro, that's a con. And then you have deal breakers, right? Because nobody's perfect. You're never gonna find the exact, whatever Prince Charming on your, even if you were to sit out and say, okay, these are the qualities I'm looking for. These are the things that I'm not gonna, deal breakers. These are the things that I can't deal with. And these are the things that, you might encounter, but they're not so bad, right? Nobody's perfect. Like, for instance, well, he snores really loud, or or she snores really loud, or something like that. That's a con, right? Definitely a con. But then it's not a deal breaker. I mean, they can't help it, whatever. But if you're thinking of it from Katie's perspective, she says, okay, I met this other military person. That's a pro. He's not bad looking to her, right? She finds him attractive. Okay, that's a pro. He's good to my kid, right? Because if they're not good to your kid, that's in the deal breaker section, right? They're not good for him. So there's that. Sorry, I have like a weird straw today. But that's in the, but when they start doing things that are deal breakers, when you've already made the deal with them, like getting married to them, that's when it gets into really bad territory, right? Because we're thinking that we met a good person, and all of our guard is down now, because when we first meet somebody, our guard is very much up, and we're just kind of trying to feel them out, right? Get to know them. But once you marry somebody, you kind of let that guard down a lot, right? Big walls come down if you're willing to get married to somebody. Yeah, if he can play chess, he's smarter than me too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and the thing is that we heard about him playing chess, but it was all of this other information that kind of caused us to maybe put that in the back of our head a little bit, right? And not in the forefront where it should have been, knowing that he is that smart. Thanks, Meow. Yeah, setting up KP, I think, yeah, I'm thinking this too. Yeah. And, I just feel like he would just, throw her right under the bus. Right under the bus. I don't know, Little Miss Sharon. I don't follow or watch. I really don't. Hey, Marley Goff. Good to see you. Good to see you. Look it up, Lori. Did you see Sweetie Pilos? Yeah, no, I didn't. I watched a little bit, that one clip of her. Yeah, some of them, yeah, some of those Lego sets, and like I said, my daughter likes doing the Lego sets that are like the flowers, um, and they're really hard to do. Like, they take hours to put together, but she just likes them when they're all done. Um, yeah, and that's the thing too. The spectrum is so such a wide spectrum, right? That we're dealing with, and I just would have liked to have seen his mom come out and help us understand that more. Usually mothers with children who have different abilities, they are very much advocates for their children. I've never really encountered a parent that wasn't an advocate like that. That's what's strange to me too. Although we also see in the case of little Joshua McCoy that he did not have a mother who advocated for him. It was the exact opposite, right? And then she was also strung out on a lot of rugs, and she was not paying attention to his needs. The house was filthy. Um, just so many bad things going on in that house. She couldn't have advocated for him. And now Josh, he was only 6 years old, and he was nonverbal. He used a phone to communicate. And he was extremely smart, right? Because he was able to read and write and send messages and things like that when he was only like 2 years old. So extremely smart kid, but needed more than what his mother was giving him, and then also needed to be advocated for, in my opinion. Um, Brandy and Indy says they also spoke about Google Earth. Couldn't that be research to see landmarks and such. I don't know, but find it unprofessional to come on YouTube about a very sensitive case and say those things, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. Well, and we could all get Google Earth kind of photos and things like that, but it's not like we're going to be able to really make a whole lot of sense of it. I mean, if we go to Google Earth, we're going to be able to see kind of the lay of the land and things like that, but I don't think it's really going to help in the grand scheme of things. Um, and it's hard for me to speculate because I have not watched it. Um, ooh, Rogue, I'm sorry. Oh no, Holly. Oh my goodness. I could definitely show it again another time. I don't have it load. If I don't have it preloaded, then I can't show it, unfortunately, because it doesn't let me like stream anything from this, but um very creepy Baba. Yeah. Okay, I will definitely watch it. Who did the comparison? Who did the comparison of those two? Because I would like to see it. I really would. Hey, Sharon. Holly, yes, the comparison was crazy. What makes it even more is if they even watch it, did they obviously know it didn't work? Man, and we kind of talked a little bit about those two. I don't know. I need to watch it though, I'm sure. It's breathtaking to see the comparison of Katie and Chris to Chris Watts. You got to go watch it. It's chilling. Oh gosh. The stuttering and stammering. Oh. I think there are just as many similarities with the foster parent of the West boys. Yeah, and see, a lot of the things Chris has said, and like I need a public apology, and he's just a child. So he reminded me a lot of the Stauk, Letitia Stauk. In my opinion, things Chris Watts and Chris Proudfoot both say are the same, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can see that. I can see that. I'm trying to think back of what I mean, I know what Chris is, the one Chris, but Chris Watts, I haven't seen his interview in a while. It's been a while. It should have been used as a human lie detector. I could look at someone and know when they're lying or holding something in. Rogue, we need you to interrogate, please. Brandy and Indy says it proves a guilty mindset, in my opinion, the verbal and body language, the facial expressions, etc. Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. Hey, Napanoch Father, good to see you. Says I watched the video comparison. They're not acting as much as he was, but still pretty close. Okay, yeah, I'm excited to watch it. You guys I don't mind if you let me know who it is in there, in the comment, or excuse me, in the chat. My opinion, Katie says I ran back, corrects it to drove back, and I think she was talking about 3 a.m. time, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to that. She broke her train of thought. And I know that sometimes we might say we ran back to I ran up to the store, something like that. But there's definitely something off there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I don't think he will admit that he doesn't like kids because he wants to get Nina's daughter from her. So, he's gonna say whatever. Oh, I love kids. Me and Katie, we just love them, and we're cleared and everything. It's like, no, you're not. Edgar needs to wear beware of loser sign. Trooper's mom. Yes, on Justice Project says narcissists do that to tick off the previous ex, dismiss them like they don't matter. Yep, the discard. Yeah, absolutely. But they, they like to keep that supply open sometimes, and that's kind of what he's got with Nina, is that he's got that open supply because of the fact that they have a kid together, and it's just one of those things where you have to be around this person. You know what I mean? You have to talk to this person. Now, I did appreciate what Nina was saying, where she only takes his calls if she knows what it's about, because a lot of times he'll just, according to her, call and, you know, make stuff up. But, and then, find a reason to talk to her, which that's another, hoovering is what narcissists like to do. Coercive controllers. Yes, Trishy, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, to think 5 times was overlooked. Well, and there's evidence too of him hurting these ex-wives too. So it wasn't just like, Nina is the only one who's saying things like that. That's you know. Yeah, and they always come back. Yeah. Yeah, they do, unfortunately. And especially when you have kids with them, they just they have that reason, right? And especially if he still wants to get custody of Faith, which I don't think any judge should ever do that. But you never know. I mean, look at poor little Harmony Montgomery. Like, her dad's violence was tattooed right on his face, and they still gave that kid right to him, right to a monster. Sharon says, in my opinion, I don't know why he walked out that door. It was dark, KK has stated. Yeah, 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 exactly, Sharon. And she said that a bunch of times. And then also about him being in trouble, right? That was always a big red flag. You're not in trouble. He wasn't in trouble. Chris had said even like, oh, he wasn't even in trouble. We don't know what happened, and it's like, hurry back, Lori. And Sharon says, I also heard on Justin's that he left home at Stafford at 9 p.m. So in my opinion, something around that time. Well, and then they were also saying, like, I have a clip, which really bothers me it's from Nina's interview, but it's the 12, between 12 and 12:30 to 6 a.m. statement that he gave to her that makes me wonder, about that too. So, hey, Ramona, good to see you. Ramona says, hi, everyone. What I really want to know is how did they lose a child locked behind doors? Yeah, behind locked doors. And are the neighbors' kids safe? That's a really good question, Ramona. And, that's the biggest issue I think that many of us have, right? Because it's not that we want to blame Katie because we're trying to be malicious or because we don't have anybody else to blame. It's very hard for us to wrap our mind around how a child just goes missing from their home without any type of evidence, without any type of camera footage, catching them on camera. If the doors were all locked, if there was a Ring camera right across the street, which Chris was very adamant that Sebastian walked out the door, and he was very adamant that he walked out the front door. He said the only possible door he could have went out was the front door. And Katie said that he always used the front door, primarily used the front door and locked it behind himself. And she said that on multiple occasions. And so she said that through process of elimination, the police also agree that he had to have walked out the front door. But that's just her saying that. We don't know that for sure. We just don't. And thank you for being here, Ramona. And Trooper's mom says KK missed the first sign before he moved in. He told her the cats are him. There's your sign. Yes. And see, that's the thing, that would have been kind of, especially when it's the kids' you know, it's Sebastian's cats, you know, and then it's like, but she still gives them away. That is a big red flag, a big, big red flag. Because did he never come over to her house and see that she had cats? Or like, did he never come over and stay all night? Like, even say when Sebastian was at his dad's house for the weekend, like, did Chris never come over and encounter the cats? Like, it's very weird. Yes, and Unjustice Project says the bees are in the who's who's, and she's coming from nothing. He works constantly, and the bees provide a cushy life, nice house, nice cars. Yeah, absolutely. And kind of like the status, right? Because his mom was a well-known realtor. Um, you know, things like that do matter. And I think that she did see that as kind of, um, being in a better place rather than, not. So I can understand that completely. I don't know, Kelly. Hey, Kelly, nice to see you. I don't know if they are. I'm assuming they are. Hey, couponing. I'm assuming they are. Um, yeah, he does. Well, and he also brought up Summer Wells's case too, which was very strange. I'm still trying to find where they did when exactly they did the age progression on Summer, because he brought that up too, about how he was listening and about the age progression with Summer, but I believe that was way before anything had happened with Sebastian. And Unjustice Project says, I'm wondering why she had a handicap placard for her car. Why? He's fine because she can. Well, I heard it was Chris's, but I don't know why she was using it if Chris wasn't with her, right? Because Sebastian didn't need a handicap placard. He didn't have any trouble walking. And so that's why you would get something like that, so you could park up close, and you can have more accessibility if you can't get around as well as someone else could. So yeah, that always was weird to me, because at first I thought she was driving Kathy's car because Kathy has the placard, but it turns out she was not. So, and also, you're not supposed to just use other people's handicap placards. Like, it's weird. Is it common for women who are overly dependent on a male mate to allow a man to abuse a child? I think it is, without looking at statistics. I do believe that it would be more common, because when you have that codependent factor, it's gonna lead kind of to make bad decisions, in my opinion. And then, before you don't think that you can get out of it, so then when the abuse does start, it's kind of like, you feel helpless or hopeless, like you can't stop it. But I think it probably is more common than we think, especially if the man has a little bit more power and control, kind of what we're seeing here. I think it plays a big role. And I also think, Joseph, that um, I think that whenever you're in an abusive relationship, it's very hard for you to stick up for yourself or anybody else, because of the fear. Um, the fear that it's going to get worse, because um, a lot of times it does get worse if you stick up for yourself or somebody else. Oh, okay, Brandy, let me check. Okay, just one second. Okay, let's see. Oh, I didn't get it, did I? And you just sent it to the Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com, Brandy? That's weird. Yeah, because I don't see it in here. Okay. How strange is that? Thanks, Ramona. Oh, really? Crafting in True Crime says there's same similarities with Megan Boswell evaluation from behavioral panel. Yeah, I saw a lot in Megan's interview that reminded me a lot of Katie. The laughing, things like that. Oh, okay. Oh, great, Trishy. I did get that, Trishy, in my text. 12 ways the Proudfoots have mirrored Watts. Okay. Innocent people tend to deny. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, see, this is one we'd have to watch, huh?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's gonna have their own opinion on anything like this. Not this. Everybody has an opinion. No matter what anyone's personal opinion is. People are people.
Okay, I just got it, Brandy. Chris Watson, CP both want this.
Like we've the police department went door to door asking like cameras and everything, just like nothing. And the largest man on Tennessee history for a child. There's nothing out there.
All of them decline to speculate and show real curiosity.
Like the camera there, never has a camera. Everything's checked out.
Oh, wow.
I don't want to put anything out there, like suspecting, like if something like somebody pulled in the back, and I don't want to speculate. I don't want to, because it's an active investigation. I don't want to add any more. Like, there's no cameras in the backyard or anything like that, so it's really hard to even suspect anything right now as far as how she could have left.
Wow, he did say he didn't want to speculate a lot.
Because we have the driveway back there from the new townhomes, but it's so hard to tell. It's hard to say until we can run down this video and figure out what we're seeing.
There's some writing too in here that's really good.
Suspecting like if something like for me to give you a designated area would suspect that we think he's in an area. Well, we don't know. Suspect anything right now as far as how she could. The best part about it is he has managed to do this without any evidence left behind whatsoever. So far, we haven't found any camera footage to prove.
Hey, Susan Ennis.
Absolutely zero evidence. Who's guilty, who's not guilty. When they usually eat dinner, it was just like, I miss them. I miss telling them, hey, you gotta eat that or you're not gonna get your dessert, and it's like, you're not gonna get your snack after. I miss that. Like,
I miss, him trying to eat all the sweets instead of dinner. I miss him stealing my Brussels sprouts while I'm trying to cook them.
I wanted to see this kid running, just barrel rush me to
just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. But I don't know if I'd be able to speak. I'd probably bulldoze him down with hugs.
She added the with hugs thing.
Yeah, because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten next Monday.
Sebastian wasn't very much, like, he didn't go outside very much.
He prefers to play inside. It was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. I had to be here last night and to go into their rooms and know that I wasn't going to turn the rain machines on. And know that I wasn't going to turn the monitor on. Know I wasn't going to kiss them to bed tonight. It was that's why last night was horrible. I couldn't do it.
That's right, he left the house.
Around here, and I really hope that all of this can lead to something positive.
You know, and you're trying to make it a positive thing.
If she's Spanish, like, I want her back. I want those kids back so bad. My son, I want to find him so bad.
There's no malice. We just want really home. Bad. Badly.
Yeah, they do feel this. She said the words feel hollow. They do. Finally, number 12. Oh, see this part? Repeatedly gestures to the back of his neck. Wow, that was really good. That was really, really good. Maybe we could play that. Wow, I can't believe how many similarities there were. And Justice Project says the fight for faith is about money and control, and no one tells a narcissist what they will and will not do ever. Absolutely true. Hey, Scranton Strangler. Joseph Rapp says, when I heard from Nina that Faith was literally tossed to her in court, and Melissa suggested she and Faith should have been run over, that convinced me that family is capable of, yes, unaliving. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. It just kind of shows the level that they're willing to go, and doing that in front of the court, in front of the police department. Like, there's no shame in doing that, right? I mean, and Brandy and Indy says, I thought Ellie came forward very early and assured neighbors there was no concern for public safety. LE knew day one this was targeted and foul play, in my opinion. Yeah, I believe that too, Brandy, and especially because, like you said, they're not telling everybody be careful, lock your doors, things like that. I agree, and that's a really good observation. Oh, Megyn Kelly did a series on baby Lisa. Wow. Okay, I'll have to check that too. Check that out too. Megyn Kelly. Baby Lisa. Wow, I just can't believe that. Hey, TJ, if you have an autistic kid, you can get a handicap placard. It said, when I looked it up in Tennessee, it said that it would have to be like a physical ailment. And so that's why I was like, okay, well, maybe that means, like, I didn't know whose it was. I wasn't sure whose placard it was. But then I heard that Chris had some sort of an injury and that it was his placard. Um, yeah, oh, absolutely. It is. It is considered a disability. But I don't know about Sebastian having a handicap placard. Um, and Lainey says my son has autism and we have a handicap placard for him. Yeah, and see, in Tennessee, they said that you have to have a physical ailment. So that's why I'm confused. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Yeah, some disabilities are unseen, like autism. Exactly. That is very true. Or letter, please. Add Sebastian Rogers missing flyer to it to keep his photo and name out there. That's a good idea. Oh, sorry, I just lost that one. That's a good idea, Sharon. To send, if you send an email, send Sebastian's missing flyer with it. Oh, you do have a bunch of storms coming through, TJ? Oh my goodness. Stay safe. I know there was storms all over. They were saying this area, and Ada qualifies autism for the placard. Or oh, ADA. Yeah, sorry, Ada. ADA qualifies autism for the placard. Yeah, but I was told that was Chris's for some reason. I don't know. In my opinion, she was selective on when his disability mattered. I agree with that. I agree with that too. It's strange to say the least. Just the way that sometimes, she would talk about his autism in ways that I could understand. Others I couldn't, right? Like when she talked about how Sebastian would like to get onto one subject and he didn't always like to get off of that subject and onto a different one, and that sometimes caused conflict. That made sense to me, because that is kind of how autism works. Um, but then again, there were other things, like when Katie talked about like um, his medications making him eat more, but they suppressed his appetite, because suppressing your appetite means that it's less of an appetite, not causing you to eat more. There were a couple of things that she said that were just kind of contradictory. Um, oh, good, TJ. I'm glad. And also, not everybody who is on the autism spectrum um, has physical disabilities from it. Some people might too. Ava says, my niece has a placard too, both sons on the spectrum, and trying to get the double stroller with the kids can be difficult. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Ava, too. Because if you have other little ones trying to um, get in and out, you would need a closer spot. So that totally makes sense. Thank you, Sharon. Hey, Deborah, good to see you. Yeah, I finally got it, Brandy. I finally got it. I'm sorry, and if I'm behind in the chat. Thank you. Oh, Joseph Rep's question says, Lady Freedoms, do you have a Mediterranean heritage? Just curious, as I cannot for no, I don't. I don't. But yeah, I'm more like Hispanic and, well, Polish, Irish, but not Mediterranean. I heard the Mediterranean diet is the very best and the healthiest diet that you can have, though. Um, Aw, thank you, Brandy. Hey, Miss Ann, you're not late. You're fine. Nice to see you. You're totally fine. You guys come in at just whenever you can. Hey, Pamela. Pamela says, "Hey, watching from Australia. Can't hear you." Sorry if I was being low, Pamela. Nice to see you. Joseph says, "I have a sense that CP is bragging about what he did regarding Sebastian missing, like he's daring us to figure it out." You know, I felt like that in a couple of the different things that he would say in the interviews, give me the hard questions and, all of that nonsense that he would pull. And it was like, well, okay, but then when you ask him the hard questions, he gets upset. So but I agree with that there's a level of like, catch me if you can, or prove it, which is, what his stepdad said, prove it to Bullhorn Betty, in hindsight, says Brandy and Indy, she reminds me of Madonna was younger. Oh, hindsight. Oh my goodness. You guys are making me blush over here. Jeez. Aw. Yeah, the bulldoze comment, and then at the end she says, with hugs, like she kind of backtracks there a little bit. A lot of people thought that was a strange comment, but then hearing it like that, um, against Chris Watts, wow, that was a really strong comparison that they did. That was, let me say who it was. I'm sorry, I should have said who did that, because they did a great job. Um, Lauren from Facebook. Lauren from Facebook. Um, excuse me. Proudfoots versus Watts. It's just Lauren 86 on X. Did a fantastic job. I mean, just a fantastic job. Hey, Pamela Roberts, excuse me. And hey, Vana. Vana says, "I thought so too, Joseph." Hey, Sasha. Sasha says, "Are CPS and local law enforcement ever going to communicate and alert other family members? It's really simple. It's called the chain of report protocol. Guess I call people again. I'm just calling." Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I know Seth said that lady got fired. So that's the only thing I can think of that maybe happened there. Um, oh no, poor little dachshund. Oh, they're so cute. Their little ears. Oh, they're just so cute. Pamela says, "Hello, Connie. YouTubers on live stream to forget we can't hear and see what they can. It's very frustrating." Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Pam. I got my mic up pretty high. Um, and I plugged it in. I thought I had it all charged and everything, and then I sit down and like maybe 5 minutes in, it was like, "Battery low, please charge it." It'll tell me in my ear. And so then I went back and tried to fix it, but I apologize. I can't do it too loud because I have people sleeping. And the court system at this point, federal mandate for children, all circumstances. Yeah, no discrepancy. Yeah, exactly, Sasha. And I think that would be a really good thing to push for, is that anytime there's a child that's missing, that we need to treat it like it could have been a runaway, it could have been an abduction, it could have been anything, foul play, right off the bat. Don't ever take the parents who lost the missing child. Ugh, and I'm not trying to judge, but the ones that lost the child and the child went missing out of their care, we can't take their word for it. And that was the bad thing that happened in this case, I believe, is that their word was taken for, and then it led them down the wrong path, as in he walked out on his own, kind of a thing. And Brandy and Indy says, Joseph, I agree. CP must win in his mind, and Sebastian challenged him in his mind. Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my own house, in my opinion. Yes. Yeah, and I don't understand why he would think that Sebastian was being malicious, because I don't believe he was. I don't think Sebastian was thinking, hey, I'm gonna get my stepdad in trouble. I can't wait to get Mr. Chris in trouble. I don't think he thought that way at all. But I definitely think, Brandy, that Chris took it as a threat. Like, he's trying to get me out of my own house. I do believe that. I do. I do. Oh, Jason Lizards. Deborah. Yeah, falling through the cracks, and now yes, I know, Sasha. I agree. I agree. It's crazy, Holly. Yes, it's crazy. I mean, what a good comparison. I mean, just especially down to just some of the things he was saying. And then he left the house too. I forgot about that he went and slept over at the friend's house. Which, if you think they're going to come home, why would you leave? But he couldn't stand to be in the house because he knew what had happened there. Yes. Waiting for someone to play the West foster parent as well. Yeah, little Miss Sharon. That's why proper interviewing and analysis and analyzing statements are detrimental, and Craddock doesn't have a flippin' fancy clue. He's got nothing. Yeah, well, I wish they would have treated them a little bit differently, right? I just don't know many of us that kind of would have gotten away with that. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime. I just don't think that we would have gotten away with it like that. Did you hear from a neighbor of the Bowersoxes that they have at least 3 businesses next to each other in Gallatin, and she said TB was at a rubbish dump there and they had a fire? Yes, I do know about that, Deborah. I do. I do. And there was a fire. There was a fire there. Yeah. He's got his hands in a lot of different things. Yeah, I know. I know, Sasha. It's so hard with Eric Craddock because I've been trying to give him the benefit of the doubt lately, um, and it's hard because but we can't go back. There's nothing we can do. But moving forward, I hope that they treat every single case, um, and consider every possibility right off the bat. Um, Unjustice Project says the Baby Lisa series is amazing. I'll look for a timestamp for West case. I'll be back. Thank you, Brandy. Yeah, Sasha, I don't blame you for being livid, and that's the thing. There's just so many problems, so much that's happened, and then with the year, it's so frustrating. It's so very frustrating. Um, Yeah, I think that he needs to. I think that they also need to, do something, um, about the way that it was handled. I really do. Not many of us kind of can say what he should have been doing, but I do believe that only operating off of one assumption was a problem, and it caused a lot more problems in the long run. Depends on the state. Yeah. Hi, Maleficent. Good to see you. Okay, yeah. And Deborah Dixon says, and the niece that KK apparently picked up in an interview with Chris was thought to be Esther, but it's not. It's Lexi. Yeah. And when they look over and Katie's not clear on the name of who they picked up, but she asks Chris, but Chris wasn't there. I think that's because they had agreed upon changing the niece's name, I think. I'm guessing anyway. And Sasha Johnson says, I've never in my 30 years heard what has come out of his mouth with the information we've collected. Never ever. Yeah, I have not heard it handled in that way. It's not common anyway to just be like, well, we're just operating off of one assumption. I agree. I agree. Vanna says, anyone who becomes legally disabled is offered the handicap placard. And Lexi says, or excuse me, Deborah says Lexi was Melissa's child and Chris's niece. Right. And I think that's who was picked up that day and brought to BJ's. It's odd though. It's always been odd to me that Melissa was at BJ's, allegedly, but she asked Katie to go pick Melissa up and bring her to BJ's. It's just strange. That whole thing is strange. Yeah, Sebastian does have an ailment, the spot on his head, which can cause harm if struck. And I heard it. Do not recall source though. Yeah, he has a pocket of fluid on his brain that he was born with. Yeah, it is. I agree with that, little Miss Sharon too. That is so rude to park in the disabled. Yeah, if you don't need it, yes, it is. I hope so. I hope so, Sasha. I really do. I'm hoping that something comes out and we can just crack this case open. I mean, very possible, Deborah, that something could have been seen. I thought it was weird that that's all they did. Like, they didn't all go to the arcade and eat. And I mean, I don't know. The way that Katie made it sound first was that, when they met up at the BJ's and stuff like that, then they went bowling and things. I was thinking at first that, they were all there. But then come to find out, it was just Katie and Sebastian that did the arcade and Texas Roadhouse dinner. And Hindsight says Deborah agreed, and allegedly she was picked up from Dara's house prior to them meeting Melissa at BJ's. Yeah, so there was another friend that they had went to visit too. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Sasha says these people have let their egos blind them, but egos see everything high and clear for miles in 360 direction circumference. Yeah, I believe that the egos were major involvement, major. Yeah, it was Chronicles of Olivia, I believe, Deborah. I believe it was that one. About work this case from the inside out. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to it. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. And Vanna says, Connie, I'm disabled for migraine, fractured low back, and I was offered them for as many vehicles I have. My doctor said everyone who wins disability gets them offered. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I think that, see, that was my train of thought with maybe why there was one on Katie's vehicle, because people were saying Chris has it. The 10-minute mark, Brandy says. But it may be different state to state. I just looked it up for Tennessee. I did. I only looked it up for Tennessee, but I wasn't aware that Chris had a disability, because I thought he had to like climb up to get into the crane and stuff. So I thought he was fine. Oh, that's great, Sasha. I appreciate that. Because, yeah, I'm sure there are major connections that probably a lot of us don't even know about. There probably is a lot of that going on. Yeah, we can all see Katie and Sebastian walking to the car. Yeah, he didn't have any problems with his gait, I didn't think. Not at all. Oh, some of the channels that emerged. Yeah, Sasha, I believe it. Napanoch father says what Google Earth helped me realize is how small the neighborhood seems and how hard it seems that he just vanished in a little area. Yeah, I agree with that too. It is small. It's very small. And back then there wasn't that other phase of homes really. It was kind of built, they were building it, but not really built up as it was. And now, yeah, it's very tiny, and there's like not a whole ways to get out of it, right? There's only a few ways to get in and out. Yeah, it definitely puts it into perspective, though. I agree. Um, oh, your husband has one, Connie, but never diagnosed disabled. Oh gosh, that's right, Sasha. That is right. And he doesn't deserve it. He just doesn't. Oh, let me look. Trooper's mom. Oh, darn. Did it kick me off again? This thing kicks me off all the time. All right, just 1 second here. Okay, let me take a look. No, I didn't get it, Trooper's mom. I didn't. I'm sorry. I tried to refresh it too. Oh gosh, the delusions of grandeur are off the hook, Sasha. They really are. And the interviews are so bad. Lainey says, in my opinion, she also did that in one of the first interviews, and she said she never panicked and full stopped and then added like she did then. It was an immediate red flag for me, in my opinion. Yeah, they did that a couple of times where Katie changed the story up, right? Like had said she never said she panicked at first, but then in the Only Hands interview, she's like, I've never known sheer panic like I did that day and for every moment since then, which was really weird because, like, when you think of something like sheer panic, that's something that kind of comes over you. It doesn't last a long time. Um, I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Lainey. It's just weird. Yes. In hindsight, I agree, Sasha. It's no joke. No, no. And it's getting more and more upsetting, every single day. Um, in my opinion, the way that it's been going. Oh, that's nice of you, little Miss Sharon says, I always park away so my autistic daughter, level 2, uh, and have a walk getting vitamin D. Yes, yes, son, getting the sun. Yes. However, my son, who was on crutches and a small person, needed to be closer to the shops. Yeah, absolutely. And see, that's another reason, you may have another kid and that needs it, and then people might say, well, how come you're parking there? Well, because this other child that I have needs those accommodations. So, yeah. Aw, that's so sweet though. I'm glad that you're looking out for them. So she fired, so she's not missing, so she gets lucky. Yeah, she's lucky she broke good. Oh, hey, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. Good to see you. Pamela says you are more considerate than others because you do show more comments. Oh, thanks, Pamela. We have a pretty small group in here, so it's easy for me to do it. Oh, Sasha, yes. Yes, Harmony Montgomery, Orrin and Orson, the list goes on, Sebastian Rogers, on. Yes, I agree. I agree. Yeah. And if it was only something that happened in, say Tennessee, then we could pinpoint the area, but golly, it happens all over. you know, even down to the judge in New Mexico allowing for Faith to go visit with the Proud Feet, even though she knows her stepbrother's missing from their house. You know, that had to be terrifying. Yeah, no. Yeah, Brandy says, right, Chris thought he was being challenged. I didn't mean Sebastian thought that at all. No, it was Chris, you know, it was Chris who was thinking, no, and I didn't take your comment like that, Brandy. No. I think that he felt challenged, and I don't think Sebastian wanted him to feel that way, you know. I think he just wanted the craziness to stop. I don't see how he did not believe that saying those. Oh, I got you now, Trooper's mom. I don't see how he did not believe that saying those things out loud to public would not have the spotlight put right on him. You know, irony, I know, and it doesn't make any sense to me why he came out the way that he did. Some of the things that he said were just atrocious, you know, and you wouldn't think that he would ever say something like that. Oh, Sharon, okay. Hey, I got a party for you guys. Thank you so much. And I actually probably owe you an extra one because we got over 200 likes last time and I didn't notice. But thank you, Sharon. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play the party then real quick because I know I'll get to talking and forget.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Malin. Slapper.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Malin.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do.
Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it, I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly and I smiled at the son of a bitch for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys. So that was our that was our little party. You know, Forrest, I didn't. I just got this one from Trooper's mom, and that's one from December, from Christmas time. You know, it looks like at Bass Pro. Yeah, it's Bass Pro 2023 Christmas time. So he looks a lot more like he did in the Texas Roadhouse video, in my opinion. You know, his hair is darker. Let me double check here, Forrest, because no, I did not. Did you send them to the Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com though? Because that other, I'm trying to shut down. I'm hoping it shut down the other one, the mod one. Because I got one from you, from Lolly was the last one I got, in that one. But I'm trying to keep that one closed off because it was hacked. And luckily I have the text message that I sent to the person that had my password. Like, I gave them the password and I have it in a text message to them. Thank God I didn't say it over the phone. Hey, momming it up. Good to see you. More current photos would have helped if he is out there. So heartbreaking that the ones primarily make the rounds he didn't or hadn't gone through the hormone phase. Right, exactly, because he looks just so much older in that one. I mean, he just looks his age, you know, in the Bass Pro photo. He really does. He does look a lot more like he did at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. And Holly says, I've been screaming that. Exactly. Yeah. And it's just so weird because, you know, you would think they would want to get that out there as soon as possible. You would really think they would. Oh, thank you, momming it up. Thank you. Yeah, the Gerber one. That's right. Yeah, the Gerber one. The only policy that was confirmed by Seth is a Gerber one, which is not that alleged, which was not that allegedly. You know, and that's the thing. The Gerber policies, those are given to everybody when the baby first is born. I got one from the hospital. And it's just a Gerber life policy that you can put money into and they can take it out, you know, when they're when they're older, and it's for you know, their future. And it's a good thing for parents to do that. I don't know why it would have been looked at as anything other than that, but the last school picture is heartbreaking. Yeah, and a lot of times I have that one up. Yeah, it's like a college fund, in my opinion. Yeah, Holly, that's a good way to look at it. It's more than that. It's more than that of it is a life insurance kind of thing. It's the Gerber Grow Up plan, is what it is. Aw, it's heartbreaking, and just his face, you know. And if any of us have ever gone through um, an abusive situation or lived in an abusive household, you know, sometimes it's hard to force a smile. And that's kind of the way that I look at Sebastian whenever we look at his last school picture. And I think I have, well, it's definitely on the background. It's this one right here, the one that says missing. And he has, like, right under his eye right here, it looks like he had a shiner. And then he also has a bruise, like, right here on his lip. And then we also see in the other one, do I have it? No, I don't have it here. And that's the one with the breastplate. Hold on, I think I have it. But that was in the very beginning that they put it out. Now it is on the oh, here it is. It looks like a thumbprint, and you can tell there's a shadow, and it's not the shadow, but see how he's got that thumbprint right there on his neck? Poor baby. And this is the one that Seth said that Katie was saying, see, look, he's having a great day. Look, he was happy, you know, but what about that on him? I mean, it looks like somebody grabbed him around his little neck. I don't know. See, I don't know if there was another one that they had. You know, yeah, I don't know if it was or not, you know. But I know that was mentioned. And see, this is a really good picture of him too. This is a really good picture, you know, recent picture. Was at his birthday party. And he's waving over to Katie and her team right there. Because they went to like a they went to like a thanks Trooper's mom. They went to like a kind of like a simulation, or you know, of a game show. And we know that he likes game shows. You know. I know. Holly, yes. Yeah, and his eye is bruised. In my opinion, KK was probably letting anyone beat up on him. I can't really believe her. I know, Holly. And that's the thing, you know, we don't know what happened at that poker party. And that's kind of what makes me wonder about that bruise. You know, and then we don't know because we heard Katie would get quite, you know, to drinking or whatever, and she might lose her cool. Which, you know. Yeah, Sasha says, the way I see it, you're either a power control freak or perverted sicko, or you're seeking money. These people are all three the worst of the worst, in my opinion. Yeah, I believe a lot of it has to do with money. I believe a lot of it has to do with the control, you know? Yeah, Trishy. Yeah, it does look so much younger. I agree. I agree that that picture looks a lot younger than if we were to look comparatively at the others. I really do. I just believe that, I don't know, it's hard to believe that that's Sebastian right before he went missing. He looks younger to me as well. Yeah, in my opinion, nothing either of them says holds any validity. Well, and it's just hard. It's hard to believe anything because of how many lies they've had. You know. Yeah, he's not looking the best at the Roadhouse either. Yeah, and I do have that one too up on this as well. Well, this is the one where he's mad at Aunt Melissa. He's giving her the stink eye because he's like, quit teasing me. But this is the one of him right there at the Texas Roadhouse. You know. It's like, quit teasing me, you know. And he didn't look happy sitting at the dinner table either, you know. Yeah, that was before Melissa jumped down his throat. Exactly. Yeah, he was very tiny. You know, it's just hard to tell because, you know, he could have just had a high metabolism, but it's hard because we just see him kind of them using food as kind of a punishment, and I don't really like to see that either, because that worries me. The bruises on his neck, yeah, Lori. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me either. It wouldn't shock me either, Holly S. That's not the optimism shirt. I thought she showed Seth the optimism shirt, but several pics look photoshopped. Yeah, it's the same one. Did I zoom in on it too much? Or maybe I don't have. Yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one that's back here in the photo. And it's probably hard for you. You guys probably can't see that as well. But it's this one right here. Sorry, there's a major glare. There we go. And then this is the one. You just can't see the optimism lettering on it. Oh gosh, that's so bad of a glare. Sorry, guys. I have to get more tea lights. I meant to get a tea light, and I used my last one for my last live, so that's why I don't have my tea light going. That was before Melissa jumped. Yeah. Well, the statute of abuse in Tennessee was up after 1 year unless SA can be proven. So that's what's in the CPS reports. And why hasn't Seth pursued the charges? I cited Birchfield and Birchfield. Called Ray Whitley. Talked to the medical examiner. Nothing. Look up. Flowwood remains Mississippi. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't done anything about that. I really don't. I mean, I don't know that Seth does not have, well, to my knowledge, Seth does not have the fifth report. He only has 1 through 4, and then he has the counseling sessions, kind of Sebastian's words in the counseling sessions. I know, such a sweet kid. Holly says, why couldn't they just leave him alone? In my opinion, he could have easily been gone at 18. Well, and they didn't have much longer with him in the house because he got accepted, right? He was waitlisted in the Clarksville school, but then he got accepted. Yeah, so they would have, it would have just been till the end of the school year, which would have been, what, May, June, something like that. Yeah, the same picture on the TBI website. But, they put, like, have you seen me on him? Like, they didn't, I don't know. They had to have seen the bruise. Yeah, it is. It is. See, that's a good question, Brandy and Indy. Does that apply to an active missing persons case? See, and I think they're still open because of it being active. Trishy says, poor Sebastian. I know. And Sasha says, why is not one wheel turning? This case, abuse charges that charge weighing in the view, yeah, case immediately. And I don't know if it was because he was just a little guy or why, but you're right, Sasha. They should have, they got weighing charged in the Elijah Vu case. Yeah, he put up with a lot of shit. He sure did, Holly. Yeah, and Katie allowed it. Yeah, Katie should have took Sebastian out of that situation, in my opinion, or told Melissa, like, stop filming. That was weird that she was allowing her to film him, and he was he was upset, Yeah, I want to know too. I do. Yeah, he was charged with the abuse, but then the murder, or yeah, the unaliving. Yeah. Yeah, before they even found him. That's right. I think they had maybe found his blanket, but I'm not 100% on that. Trooper's mom said CP's gruesome comment for me. If I was leaving marks on Sebastian, that would be child abuse. Mental and emotional abuse leaves invisible marks that people never recover from. That is very true, Trooper's mom. Very, very true. And you could just tell the way that Sebastian had walked around on eggshells in the house, that they were saying things to him. We know that he was being called horrible names in front of people, and Couponing says, I went to a function yesterday and that song Eye of the Tiger played. Oh, that's so great. That always makes me think of Sebastian too. Hey, KJ Mack, good to see you. And Joseph says, let's all have a colossal popcorn and then eat some spaghetti pancakes. Yeah, I know. And I could not find, I will tell you, I could not find the colossal popcorn. I looked and looked on the website, could not find the colossal popcorn. So I don't think it even exists. I don't. Yeah, imagine having to Photoshop your kid's missing pic because there's a bruise. Oh my gosh, I know. I know. And then I can't believe that the law enforcement entities were okay with that as well, because I mean, it's right there on the on the FBI missing. Oh. Yeah, there definitely seems a hold up in the case, in my opinion, maybe at the DA level. Yeah, yeah. And that's who we need to charge. You know. Hey, Peace Man, good to see you. And Hindsight 2002 says allegations in Tennessee, a 15-year-old window after the person turns 18 or 3 years from the time of the discovery, whichever is later. Okay, I see. Yeah. So there wouldn't be a statute, or the statute of limitations wouldn't be up. Now when he turns 18, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, so they did find out who the Flowood, Mississippi remains, Stephen Rosa, 53. Aw, that's so sad. Thanks, Peace Man, for letting us know. Oh my gosh, Sasha, that is another thing, we've discussed over here too. Everybody was bundled up that night. Like everybody that we see in the Texas Roadhouse video was bundled that night, but then Sebastian doesn't have a coat at all, or a hoodie or anything. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brandy and Indy. Aw. Stephen Rosa had been missing since November 2023. WLBT News. So cute. Oops, sorry guys. I love that song. It's a pretty song. Well, I definitely think that I do think that they photoshopped. Yeah. Yeah. So that the bottom one in the black shirt is from a missing post. Well, it was a yard sign, rather, a missing yard sign. But then that's the optimism shirt day, and that's the yard sign. And you could tell they're the same picture. I mean, except for they put a different shirt on him and they hid his neck. See how his neck is hidden in the second one, in the black shirt? Golly. I mean, it's just because they didn't want people to see the bruises. Little Miss Sharon says the bottom line is 5 CPS reports. Sebastian spoke to his teacher, spoke to his grandmother, who chose not to speak about, and spoke to his father saying he didn't want to go home, and now he's gone. Yeah. And he said that I don't think that Mom and Mr. Chris like me very much, is what he said. Yeah, I agree with that, Sasha, that Craddock saying that there's no foul play could hold up the investigation. Yeah, I can see that. No, not a 1-year window. Okay, so not a 1-year window. Yeah. Rules are made to be broken. I believe all CPS cases will be relevant in Sebastian's case, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with that, Trooper's mom, because there's no other, there's no other way for us to get an understanding as if we don't know what happened. But it just, I don't want to get Seth in trouble for sharing those either. Apparently there's a lot of people that have access to them though, because of that Michaela taking them and sending them to herself and then sending them to whoever she felt necessary to send them to, which is awful. In my opinion, I think that was completely wrong, and especially under the pretenses that it was done under. Yeah, Kelly says Chris needed him gone with CPS's custody case with his daughter. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, Deborah, that's what I heard too, or that's what Seth had said, that the CPS social worker was fired, but not until Seth asked for the records and received them did that lady get fired. So that's very suspicious. But we see that happening a lot. I sure hope there is, guys. KJ Max says Trooper's mom, he did say that the abuse is defined by leaving a mark, and this should be used to keep him away from any child. And my not so humble opinion on that topic. Yeah. And I think there's been plenty of pictures with marks on Sebastian, right? And we know he's a boy, and boys are rough and tumble. Sometimes they wrestle around, and they might, they might hurt. They might get hurt in the process, or they might get scuffed up, or they might fall off their bike or something. But I don't think that that's what we're seeing. I think that we're seeing clear signs of abuse. Yeah, I know. Oh God, Holly, that just breaks my heart. He must have been confused as to why his mom changed over time. Yeah. And then I think maybe some of it, like he maybe became to understand it a little bit more, like, because of Mr. Chris, I'm sure there was some animosity there at some level. Well, KP didn't care. She gave Sebastian the what for at Texas Roadhouse too. Sebastian's whole day was ruined. Yeah, I agree with that too, Trooper's mom. I do. Yeah. I sent you a colossal cookie. There was like a colossal pretzel on the menu, but it wasn't a colossal popcorn. And she said it like, colossal popcorn. Like she even... And Joseph Rapp says she did the colossal in the first interview. I think she did. Yeah. And then she also did it in the Chronicles of Olivia, if I'm not mistaken. We had a colossal popcorn, she said. And Crafting and True Crime says colossal popcorn, in my opinion, was either a special grand opening thing, or it's a dramatic way of saying colossal popcorn. Yeah, like maybe he just had like a big popcorn, and she says colossal is very true. crafting in true crime, that's very possible, you know. At the grand opening, Trooper's mom says, lady, at the grand opening of BJ's, they did have a colossal popcorn that Saturday and Sunday. That's one thing KP didn't lie about. My sister and myself had one. Oh, okay. So, okay. Thank you, Trooper's mom. Yeah, because I could not find it anywhere. And I was looking and looking like, where is this colossal popcorn? Okay. Well, and I thought it was weird too, because I thought they would have shared it, you know, but they're like, oh, he had a colossal popcorn. You know, so, well, thank you. So they did have it at the grand opening. Yeah, Ray Whitley does need to get on it. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. And Forrest says, just to remind all, we are not accusing anyone. We're only speculating over what we know. Everything is in our own opinion. Only thanks everyone joining to the discussion. Thank you very much, Forrest. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we don't want to accuse anybody that didn't do anything, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's just speculation because that's all we can really do, you know. Design those KP and CP designed those signs. Yeah, they did. They did. They were their yard signs like from like that realtors use, you know. Hey Star. And Sasha says, but not our boy comfortable, bad, trying to keep his hands warm. I have 5 sons. I would say, you want my sweater or something, anything. I borrow a coat from someone immediately. Yeah, Sasha, exactly. It's just odd that he wasn't bundled up at all. You know, it's very odd. It is. And KJ Max says, crafting, I think the colossal popcorn comment was to release some annoyance about his desire for snacks. Oh, yeah, KJ Max. The emphasis she put on the word colossal was filled with contempt masked by humor, in my opinion. She did that a couple of times during the interviews, too. I noticed that, where it was kind of like, fun fact, I made breakfast, you know? Or when she said in Queen Bee's Live, you know, she said something to the effect of, like, you know, he can read, or, you know, yes, he does read. I don't know the exact quote, but she said something to that effect, you know, like, yes, he reads, and he reads chapter books and things. Well, we know he can read. You know, he obviously could play the game, you know, the Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, and that takes a lot of smarts to be able to play that game, or either of those games. And Sasha says he was very comfortable, but he loves to eat. Why should he be so uncomfortable? Well, and it bothered me too when she said he would like to rummage for snacks. And I'm like, why would he have to rummage in his own house? You know, he should be able to have whatever he wants in his own house. It's not rummaging, you know. Jacob, good to see you, Jacob. Jacob Block 18 says, too many children disappear or are unalived. That has CPS reports. They don't even protect those children. I agree. I agree. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it's hard to tell, Connie S., what Sebastian went through. Justice is coming is right. Yeah, and we're not going to stop talking about it until we do find justice. Yeah, thank you, Lori. Peaceman says, do you know how hard it is to walk barefoot when you're always wore shoes? When I was a kid, I could run on the rocks. Now I cannot from always wearing shoes. Yeah, exactly. And we even see him wearing the shoes in the pool, and the picture where he's kind of like lounging on that big flamingo in the pool. He's wearing water shoes, or like water socks of some sort, to protect his feet. And he definitely always was very cautious about that. And, you know, that's something that Seth had told us too. So absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you, Peace Man. I do. Yeah. Yeah, it is, Sasha. It's so easy for us to all see it. I agree. I agree. KJ Mack, I'm right with you. I need some coffee myself. That's the law. Put it stupid. I agree, Trooper's mom. Yeah, yeah, but it is stupid. But we do have to follow the laws, which sometimes if they don't make sense. But there's one thing that we could always fight for change. So that's always a good thing. Um, yeah, we need to get it. I think the FBI just needs to be the one to handle the case, not bruises like that is right, Connie. Exactly. And why is CP so familiar with all of Tennessee laws? Very interesting to me. Well, and he's interested in the ones that would get you away with stuff, like running somebody over in the street. Like that's what's really weird to me, is that, he's not interested in child abuse laws. He's not interested in being nice to your wife laws. He's interested in the laws that say it's all right for him to run people over in the street, pedestrians no less. I agree, Brandy. It's weird. It is so weird. And yeah, see, I walk around barefoot all the time too, Star. Well, and that's the thing too. That's Sasha, that's the thing. I think a lot of it has to do with, in this case, is like maybe there's a little bit over drinking going on, and then it's bringing out the worst in somebody. Not an excuse, because I honestly don't like. I don't even like to call it a disease, because I just feel like it's a choice. But I understand it overtakes people. I get it, but it's also one of those things where if you know that it brings out the bad like that, maybe it's just don't do it. But then again, people would say, but they're sick. Um, you know, so exactly. Hindsight says Brandy and Indy. What is so humorous is that he thinks he's citing the laws correctly, but he's not. Exactly, exactly. And and that's the thing. When I would make videos about their interviews, it's like I couldn't help but just be like, oh God, because it was so ridiculous, because he thinks he's saying it right. Just like when he says not pervy, like he still says not pervy. He has no idea that it's privy, that we all kind of have to chuckle. And sometimes maybe sometimes I think he does know it now and he likes to throw it in there, but he says it so seriously that it makes me wonder if he really doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. But a lot of times I'm just like, okay. Irony Rose says exactly, because people call there and they didn't have any colossal popcorn. Yeah. Well, and see, that's the thing. I guess it was just the grand opening that they had the colossal popcorn. Um, yeah, that's what I always think of colossal popcorn, like at the movies. Like you get the big like popcorn, like the bucket or whatever, and then everybody shares it. Um, Yeah, well, and it's just the terrain around there too. Star says Sebastian with sensory issues on top of regularly wearing shoes couldn't have gone far in her opinion. Yeah, it's just because in around the house it's all woods too, and so like, and then there's the main road. So in theory, we would think he would have been seen walking down the main road, but how far can you get? Um, you know, how far can you really get in that way? Um, yeah, and I agree, Forrest, it does change people. It does. No matter who you are, like no matter what, if you drink, it's gonna change your, demeanor. It's gonna change, how you talk, your motor function. Sometimes your inhibitions go out the window. There's a lot of things to it. Yeah, yeah, really, really good info. Thank you, Hindsight. And I wonder if she ever made spaghetti pancakes. I know, well, I never heard of spaghetti pancakes, and this is the first time, but I don't know if that was something regular, but it seems like it wasn't normal, just or you know, it was kind of, I shouldn't say not normal. I guess it wasn't out of the ordinary. And I say that because she said, fun fact, I made breakfast. It didn't seem like something that occurred all the time, you know? Um, yeah, well, yeah, Sasha, and yeah, I'm thinking it was that because I think it was the grand opening, like everybody was saying, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, movie popcorn, I'm always thinking that's a colossal popcorn, like a big bucket of popcorn, you know? Thanks, Sasha. And Joseph says KK used grand gestures like colossal as proof she was really does the best for him. Yeah, yeah. I can see that being true too. And she used a lot more embellishments in that in the Chronicles of Olivia interview too. Like she was saying, she even said she was like swearing when she was, you know, where's our effing son? And she's like using all this descriptive language. So that's true. Um, grand gestures, colossal popcorn, you know. Um, Yeah, I know. I know it's hard, Sasha, to I know it's hard. None of us really like to speculate. And it's hard in this case because there's kind of a need to speculate just because we don't have a whole lot of information. But I agree. It's we I wish we had better information. I really do. I really do. Um, yeah, and KJ Max says Joseph Rep, that could be also. And Brandy and Indy says, I thought CP said LE did all the designing and chose which pictures of Sebastian to use on posters and signs. You know, I don't, I think that they made those yard signs with his mom's, like somebody that his mom knew of, is what he told Smiley Stories World. But then he said, but then they did say that law enforcement chose the photos. I don't know. I don't know why they would have. I mean, the TBI logo is on the one from the Texas Roadhouse, the old one, not the one from the night that he went missing, February 25th, but it was the old one um, of him and Katie at the Texas Roadhouse. Which is this one. But we know, you know, Katie's hair was in a ponytail. She wasn't wearing that outfit. Her hair was curly, not straight. She was sitting on the same side as Sebastian that time. And in the Texas Roadhouse photo, he wasn't sitting next to, or she wasn't sitting next to Sebastian. I have that other one up here, I believe. Yeah, here we go. So, you know, that's Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse, sitting on the opposite side of Katie. You know, in this picture, he's eating like salmon, something like that, macaroni and cheese. He's got a separate little dish of it. So yeah, it's totally different pictures, but it is the Texas Roadhouse that they have, you know, so that's why it was so misleading, you know. Um, yeah, Hindsight says, thankfully Ellie used speculation and just found the child missing for 8 years. Yeah, that's true. Well, and see, that's the thing that I'm always, you know, torn about, because I understand that sometimes social media can be used for bad. You know, that's anything. We could use it for bad. We could use it for good, you know, and that's completely understandable because that's how many things in life work. But, you know, speculation doesn't hurt as long as you're speculating on the facts rather than kind of making up. Now, if you're spreading misinformation, that's a different story. But yeah, speculating on facts, I think, is a great thing. Well, perhaps. See, and I only saw a colossal pretzel on there. So, and Sasha says there are male teenagers, males that makes or that play sports or use a lot of mental energy who wins the Olympics, 17-year-olds, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, like, I do think that Sebastian was underestimated, definitely. If the children own if the child's own parents don't protect them, imagine how hard it is for Ellie. Exactly. That is so true, little Miss Sharon. Yeah. And that's why I try not, because I understand the law enforcement agencies that are and the law enforcement officers who have been on Sebastian's case from day one, they don't have anything to do with him going missing. So I try to remind myself of that as well. And they're only trying to help. We can't go back. I wish we could. But yeah, Holly, I think there's an issue there. Just from what they've said, a lot of people have seen, issues there. Oh, what is the name of Jacqueline's? You mean Jana Aries? Jana's book is Justice Denied. And Sasha says 17-year-olds. Oh, I read that one already. Lori says, I think so too, Holly. CP, I want a slick lawyer. Joseph Rapp. I mean, and that's the thing. Only a slick kind of a guy, lawyer, would want to take, a case like that and defend someone like them, in my opinion. Yeah, KJ Max says Holly S. I think that's a high probability considering the cortisol puff we have watched escalate over the months. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Sasha says I cannot be barefoot. Crooked. Exactly. Exactly, Brandy and Indy. Exactly. See, Peace Man says, Holly S. Imagine having CP as a husband. I'd probably drink too. And that's the thing. A lot of times we will see that kind of dynamic play out where it's like self-medicating, right? Because they're so they feel helpless, I don't know if the level of has gotten there with Katie. That's my speculation, but I can see that, Yeah, pervy. I could definitely see that, and I wouldn't fault her for it as long as she wasn't hurting Sebastian. And I never did really even fault any of them for doing that until it was like, well, maybe it's a problem if Chris is like going on a date with somebody, allegedly being hateful when he starts drinking, his demeanor changes completely. Crafting. He looks so smart and good. He thinks he's doing good, but he's doing horribly, Oh, Jacqueline. Okay, name of the book. Sorry, Aries. Like Sarah Boone supposedly, yeah, she was a successful mom and just a normal person, and then the alcohol got a hold of her. Well, and she was like laughing and poking him, and I mean, I didn't know what to think of Sarah. I really didn't. And then she couldn't keep a lawyer, which, maybe she didn't agree with them, but oh boy, that was a heck of a story in my opinion, because yeah, just watching how kind of hateful, and apparently he had hurt her before, but I almost kind of think it was a mutual kind of a thing, but um yeah, I know, and then you just think, well, and she wasted a lot of time with this guy too. Trooper's mom says, I believe it's way more than alcohol considering the trauma channels they promote, in my opinion. Yeah, I think a lot of that has been going around just within that whole community. It seems to be pretty prevalent. Trooper's mom, I believe that. I think anybody associated with those people are into it. Into the rugs, that's my opinion. Joseph Rapp says, what does a big bucket cost at the theaters now? Oh gosh, I probably like $10. I don't know. I haven't been to see a movie in a long time. I need to go out and see a movie, actually. That reminds me. Yeah, Freudian slip, pervy. I really think he thinks it's pervy. I don't think he knows what the word privy is. Um, and Crafting and True Crime says, my son is like Sebastian with shoes. My son wouldn't even crawl or stand in the grass even as a baby, or in the grass even as a baby. He's 13 and doesn't even go on our deck without shoes. Yeah, it's just like a sensory thing, right? Crafting, that's what I'm thinking, is that, and he had the incident with the fire ants too, but I think he didn't like to be dirty, and so he didn't want his feet to be dirty. And of course, when you walk around barefoot, your feet get dirty. It's just part of it, right? And Peaceman says, yes, life situations can control alcohol use. Yeah. And also, rug addictions and stuff like that. It can spur that. And shredded potatoes for spaghetti pancakes. They had one recipe that was literally spaghetti, and then you put the pancake batter and you mix it together, and then you put Parmesan cheese on it. And I don't think that's the one that she used. But I think, when you start Googling stuff and she doesn't tell you exactly, that's where the speculation comes in. Possible misinformation. Yeah, and Sasha says, if you don't like being barefoot, you would tiptoe, trust me. And that's slow moving. And trust me, okay, I know I don't like being barefoot. Yeah, see, and I mean, I agree. It would just be very uncomfortable, right? And plus, it was cold that night. It was cold. Um, Yeah, Holly S., I agree. She says, I feel like the whole day was about optics, even calling her family. She wanted to appear like a perfect mom and everywhere on camera too. Yeah, and I would love to see the rest of the footage from that day. I really would. KJ Map, excuse me, Peaceman says KJ Mac only way to be around him, maybe. Yeah, yeah, you tiptoe around because you don't like being on there, right? In my opinion, I believe it's a spiritual thing combined with sensory thing. Because I'm a medium, I have always believed each one of us has connections to elements, so possible he is connected to earth elements. Yeah, well, I know he's a Sagittarius, um, so he's a fire sign. And Trooper's mom says it was huge with everything, including candy bars. Us two adults couldn't finish it. I wonder if Sebastian got in trouble for not finishing his. Well, that's what makes me wonder too, Trooper's mom, because I was thinking if it was a big old popcorn, how come they didn't share it? Like, why wouldn't they just get like a big, a colossal popcorn and everybody shares, you know? Yeah, Peaceman, KG Max says, Peaceman, I don't know. I couldn't tolerate him even passed out. Could also be codependency. Yeah, and maybe she just fell in love with him. I mean, love is a strange thing. Peaceman says I always have some type of shoes on. Yeah, and see, hey Lady Roses, good to see you. Yeah, see, I don't know if they still have billboards up. I know Duchess for the Missing definitely had some up. Um, oh yeah, I wonder about that too. I wonder about that too, Holly S. giving her friend Lori evidence to take home. Yeah, I believe that, Brandy, and I did a short video on it. They initially tried to pass the old pick off from the Texas Roadhouse as a current one, in my opinion, as well. Yes, ma'am. Because why put it out there like that? I mean, why make us think that it's definitely a picture from the Texas Roadhouse, but why make us think that it is? You know, that it was that the one that they showed that was from the previous visit was that night. You know. Yeah, it could be codependency. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that always bothered me too, Sasha. So they made a mistake that's odd because it specifically says seen in the area of Stafford Court on the 26th, and we have the light video. So they made a mistake. Yes. And then they changed it recently and said, "Hey, he wasn't he the last time he was seen was the 25th." You know, thanks hindsight. Brandy says, Joseph, I agree, and CP paid 1K allegedly for that, but I think it was really paid to start a false narrative. Then he retracted and said he paid for the year the yard signs to cover that up, in my opinion. Yeah, and he wouldn't give one to Smiley. Smiley was going to buy one, and they wouldn't even let her buy one, you know. Yeah, speculating with facts is brainstorming in a group. That's right. I agree with that too. And I'm sorry, guys, if I'm. Yeah, where is SF, Holly? You know? Yeah, analysis. Yeah, evaluation, review, fact finding. Or, excuse me, fact checking. Yeah, yes. In my opinion, he controlled both of them and pitted Katie against Sebastian, a true narcissist. Yeah, and they love to triangulate, Holly, and there was just enough people in that household to triangulate with, you know. I believe that too. I believe that too. Oh, much love, Connie S. Yeah, exactly, Star. And it's always good to get another perspective, right? There's a reason we're told to get second opinions when we go to doctors who have had years of education and experience. Humans make mistakes and facts change. It's true. That is very true. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, you know, Joseph, that's what bothers me too. Be quiet and go to bed, and she's too busy drinking, shut the F up or I'm coming in there. Yeah, and that's what's worrisome too, and they would always want him to go to bed earlier and, like, sit in there and play with the fidgets instead of, spending time. So there is this watch. Hold on, Star. Yeah, Forrest says true lady drugs do the same thing, all addictions. Yeah, they do. Hey, Princess Buttercup, they do, and it makes them, it just makes people, it changes people, it changes who they are. Um, yeah, yeah, that's True Trooper's mom. I'll tell you, whenever I make cocoa bombs for people in the winter time or around Christmas time, I always wear gloves when I do it because it's just working with your hands and stuff. So I agree. I know what you're saying. Um, oh, SF is covering the missing girl in Punta Cana, huh? Um, yeah. So Star, basically, hey Maurice, good to see you. All children deserve parents, but not all parents deserve beautiful, innocent children, in my opinion. That's very true. That is very true. So we were kind of going over the guy. Hey, Lil Redo. We were kind of going over this guy in the glasses, right? So, oh, sorry guys, let me take this down. Yeah, so what's in the reflection, right? So this was posted by, oops, my bad. This was posted by Janine Chrissy. And, you know, it says, attention, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, do you know what time it is? Bet you never thought you'd see this face again, right? So this is Richard Bishop, who I don't think is the same person from the Texas Roadhouse, but I did a brief comparison on it. So that's the comparison. You know, different eyebrows in my opinion. Maybe a younger guy than the guy at the Texas Roadhouse. But in his reflection, in the reflection of his glasses, we could see here, it looks like he's watching like a video of Sebastian or on his phone. But I did a couple of different variations here where you can see in his glasses, it's a reflection of what appears to be Sebastian. And there's another filter that I put on there. This one. And this one is kind of no filter, just the picture. Well, we were looking at the guy's watch because people were wondering in the photo, you know, what kind of watch it is. So it's actually a Rolex Submariner, and they go for about $15,000 or so. And when you flip the watch right side up, because he has it flipped down, you get that. And it's basically for deep water excursions, this watch is. But it looks like it's on the 4th. And then apparently about 5:48. But that's kind of what we've been going over with the watch and the guy from, hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you, from the Texas Roadhouse. But I don't think it's the same person. Looks like two different guys, but they have some creep vibe in my opinion. It's all the eyes, the glasses, so creepy but true. Yeah, it's just weird that, you know, he'd be looking at a picture of Sebastian and yeah, and I don't know why the lawyer would say that to the feet. I don't know. I don't know. And Lady Roses says was probably a cover up, but I think Sebastian carried out of the house, put in another car there, and Sebastian woke up during the drive, possibly tried to get out of the car, and CP trying to hold him in the car, and that get to the construction site. It is so creepy. It is so creepy. Well, and are they searching the water? And you know, it's just weird that they would do that. Like that they would, he's showing this watch. It's just so weird. But that's the watch flipped up because, you know, it's flipped upside down when he shows it in the picture. And I don't know if he realized that or not. It's just weird. Okay. Oh, Troopers Mom, I hope you guys are okay. Yeah, no problem. I understand. I know everybody's having kind of bad weather. I just, Lil Red says, I just don't know what this means. Think it's the guy from the Texas Roadhouse. I think it's something else. Yeah, not the guy from, yeah, I'm not thinking it's the guy from the Texas Roadhouse either. Yeah, there's a glare on it. There's a pretty good glare star. Yeah, it looks like 5:48, but see, you can't really tell. It's hard. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it seems to be a direct message to the guilty, in my opinion too. Like it's definitely like, hey, time's up, TikTok. Um, yeah, it's very bizarre. Yeah, and it is kind of what Holly S. what the Donna S. said. It was Love in Las Vegas. Yeah, it was Love in Las Vegas, Forest. So, because it was originally from this post from here. And I forgot who it was, but someone was saying that it possibly, um, yeah, that's what I was thinking, 548, Joseph, now that it's flipped, you know, or 547. Um, yeah, some people think it's the same person and some people don't. Sorry, I lost my place there. This is from Janine Chrissy, Irony Rose, and she posted this on her Facebook page like a couple of days ago. The date on the watch says the 4th, I think. I think, Maurice. Yeah, she is just a YouTuber, but this is her Facebook page. And KJ Max says, why would he say, bet you thought they would never see this face again? Conflict, a conversation about expensive watches. It's cryptic. It is. It is. And then like when she says time in all caps, you know, it's really strange. Jacob Block 18 says, what I don't understand is KP's church and not even the pastor Tyler Feller, a YouTuber from that same church, never says anything about Sebastian missing. Pastor Tyler does videos about other cases. I always found that to be really odd too. When I found that out, it was like, what the heck, you know? It doesn't make sense that he wouldn't highlight a child from his church, or you know, if the grandparents go to that church or the parents go to that church. It is so strange. I don't know that he has anything to do with it, but I don't understand why he doesn't help out, you know. Dashes, she's a lady from channel Love from, yeah, Love from Las Vegas or something like that. Yes, that's right, Brandy. Yeah, this one is an upside down. And then this one right here is the watch right side up. Because the way his hand is positioned, it would be like if he shows it this way, it's going to be upside down, because when he looks this way, it's going to be right side up. So then when he looks this way, it'd be upside down. So he kind of flipped it. I know, the nose in comparison photo. I know, Detroit. That was really what got me too. Was his nose. I will say that, you know, but then it just seems like the rest doesn't really match up. But yeah, I know. Like his nose in that one, and then like, especially because you can't see his mouth, but that was the best comparison that I could find to show you guys. But I don't think that they are the same person. And the glasses don't seem to be the same, in my opinion. Well, that's a thought too, Sasha. You know, maybe the congregation thought there would be too many questions. I mean, it's definitely a nice watch, and it is definitely that Rolex Submariner. Yeah, I'm excited for your live, Lil Red. I heard somewhere that the people at the poker party are high rollers, so maybe she's talking about money he won, or face as in his face time as in time is ticking because she told on them. Well, and that's very possible too, crafting in true crime. That's a really good analysis, in my opinion, too. Um, yeah, I think there were some high rollers at the poker party. I don't think it was just for fun. Let's just put it that way. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to make that noise into the mic. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of it points back to that poker party, and I still don't have enough information on it to really give to you guys just yet. But I did figure out that I don't think that the lady in pink is Mellyfoot. Yeah, Brandon Indy says the man's face and the face on the clock. Do you remember this face, in my opinion? Yeah. Yeah, and she definitely says that too. KJ Max says maybe somebody lost an expensive watch to the bad hand and poker game. And that's very possible too. And he knows about it somehow. I just don't know how this Richard Bishop really comes into things when he's from PA. Hey, Juicy Jules. Happy, that's right, guys. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I watch them, I watch it every year, especially since I don't live there anymore, but I watch them do the, turn the river green. They just turn it all green, you know. No, Lil Redo, I did not watch it. Oh, okay, I see it now. No, I have not seen this one. I'm gonna have to watch it. But see, I was live. I'm sorry to get back to you. I was live whenever you sent it. Is that a pawn shop in the background? Well, I don't know, Brandy. I think it's more, oh, here, let me hide this. The full picture is right here. We were kind of speculating. We don't know where he's really at, if that's his house. He looks to have like a dog crate in the back, or kennel, but it's hard to tell. Sasha. Yeah, Juicy Jules. Brady people do like to do Legos. Yeah, especially those sets. Some of them are huge sets, you know. Oh, no worries, little Redo. You're just fine. You're just fine. We're just kind of talking about this guy, and then we talked a little bit about kind of Seth having a lot of courage and vulnerability, and showing a lot of integrity as a father. We talked about that earlier. And Sasha says it's a basement of an industry building. See, or excuse me, industrial building. My bad. I'm sorry. That's very possible. It looks kind of like he's down into a little kind of a nook, because it's weird how the kennel is so high up there. KJ Max says shenanigans must have occurred for that post to be there. I know. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there's a reason. She's very adamant about this guy. And I think she really does believe that he's the Texas Roadhouse guy, like same person, you know? And Crafting in True Crime says, I enlarged the photo. He's definitely sitting down in a room. That's a doorway behind him with a dog gate, and it makes it look like bars in the window, but it's not. And see, I was thinking that too, that it wasn't like bars in the window. Okay, so you enlarged the photo. Well, awesome. Thank you, Crafting, for letting us know. Yeah, in your opinion, yeah. Yeah, because remember we were saying he looks like he's sitting down into like an area, right? Like maybe he's at a desk or something. He's not looking at a viewer. That suggests he wants emphasis on the watch face and not his. That's true. He's not looking spot on, and he's watching something with Sebastian on it. I mean, in my opinion, especially when we look at, like, here's one view of it, right? Here's one where I enhanced it and I circled it. Here's another one where it's enhanced and circled. You can definitely make out his face. And then here's another close-up. So he's definitely wanting us to pay attention to the watch and not his face. What did Detroit say? Did I miss it? Oh, crud, I think I missed it. Now, are you talking about the windows kind of to the left, Brandy? Oh, have a nice weekend, Lori. Sweet dreams. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Okay. Hindsight says in her Facebook photos there's a watch as well in others. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Little Red, she's very adamant. She's, I mean, rapid fire posting and definitely posts a lot about the situation. Yeah, Peace Man says he doesn't look like the Texas Roadhouse guy to me. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. But I figured I put a pretty good comparison up there just to show you guys like what I thought. And I bet you never thought you'd see this face again could mean the face of the watch. Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking that's what it is too, because it's got to be more than emphasizing on what he looks like. I'm just struggling to find a connection. And there might be a connection to Memphis, Sasha, we don't know. We don't know. Sitting on a couch, in my opinion, says Blue Smokes. Thank you for being here, Blue Smoke. There's a refrigerator in the background, and I think he's at a kitchen table. Yeah, and I mean, he very well could be just sitting at his house. Yeah, and the only way we know is if we kind of discuss it. Yeah, the face on the watch, KJ Mac thinks too. Yeah. It appears to be. It appears to be. It really does appear to be Sebastian at the Texas Roadhouse. Just in my opinion, in the reflection, and it could be him watching a video. It could be him, you know, looking at the picture. It's just the reflection off of his glasses. Sasha says because the picture just doesn't show his body. Yeah, you can only see kind of like, his shirt on up. Did the Foots lose it to him for some reason? Very well could have been. If there's a high stakes poker game, and I mean that watch is worth like, I mean, I've seen the lowest 13,000 all the way up till about 20,000. So even if we say $15,000 watch, very possible. Oh, Lady Rosa says, I believe that Janine Chrissy lady was at that poker party because she said that CP lost $1 million bet and he and KP paid with Sebastian as they sold Sebastian so he couldn't talk no more, in my opinion. Oh, wow. Yeah, see? Um, yeah, see. I don't know. That's crazy. And it very well could be, you know, and then Chris with the $1 million question. It's super creepy, Sasha. I can't see him in it. I have to change the color to see these old ass eyes. Loretto. I know. I tried to filter it through and make it a lot more, you know, make it so you were able to see, and then also kind of tried to, like, you know, circle him too, just to get a better view. But it's hard because it's the reflection. And Princess Buttercup said, or was payment to help disguise in a poker game to the winner. Sorry, I lost my spot here. Maybe it's very cryptic to say the least. Yeah, I think so. I do too. It really could be. I mean, you know, it could be anything. It's just so strange that it resembles, you know. Yeah, he's sitting in an easy chair, you know, kind of like a sofa. Because at first I thought that was his arm, and then I'm like, oh no, that's not his arms back there. That's a sofa. It's a leather sofa of some sort. It is. Because if we look at this picture, we can see it. Hey, Butter Biscuit. Why would he do this? Anyone have any ideas? You know, I can't even speculate because Jacob, my email is ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. You know, I just don't know. It's just all very strange. Lego Masters is amazing. The adults who create the most incredible engineering structures from Legos. Exactly. I mean, they can get really sophisticated with the Legos, that's for sure. Hey, Butter Biscuit. Oh, yes. Yes, little Reddo. I hope they have a safe trip. I hope they have fun. I do. Yeah, she does. She does have a heck of an imagination. If you go look, you know, at her Facebook page, there's a lot on there, you know, and I don't agree with a lot of the things that are said there. I would say a good 97% I don't agree with. But I thought it was interesting that there was a reflection here like that. Um, and Brandy and Indy says, and we assume that Sebastian was still alive when he left. So is this pic alluding that Sebastian is alive, as Dog thinks, in my opinion? Very possible. Very, very, very possible. And I mean, it renewed my faith too. Um, I hope not. I hope not, Holly S. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it looks like a picture of Sebastian eating at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I hope so, Butter Biscuit, too. Okay, Crafting says, Lady Freedom, remember that Facebook page I talked to you about? Not the CP page, and some photos in there look similar to photos Janine posted of a man counting 35K in them. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see that. I remember what you're talking about, but I haven't seen the photos. Oh, wow. Yeah, the lady Facebook, yeah, Blues Smoke, yes. They are very unusual and very um like rapid fire, you know. And some of them I don't know. There's a lot of hate speech and things like that. I didn't want to post too much. Um KJ Mac, that's a really good point. I imagine the watch wasn't working, but a real Rolex doesn't tick the hands circle smoothly across the face. Ah, I see. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I don't agree with that, Blue Smoke. Yeah, blessed mama. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So this guy is Richard Bishop, and he's a real estate attorney out of Pennsylvania. And it is my understanding that Miss Chrissy thinks that he is the man in the Texas Roadhouse video. Yeah, Jana, justice denied. Thanks, Juicy Jules. Brandy and Indy says crafting, yes, just not sure exactly what he meant by that, but that's when Poker Party came out, in my opinion. Yeah, and you're welcome, blessed. Bless mama. And I still want to do some more research on the Poker Party guys. I'm just not sure. I'm just not ready to kind of speculate on it just yet because there's a lot to it and I just want to make sure I get it right. The most recent interview with KP crying. And Maurice says Sebastian was very aware that something unusual was going on between the cars that night. Also, why not open and let him in the car? Exactly. Yeah, she waited for quite a while to let him in, and he was just standing there with his hand on the door. I agree, Maurice. Yes. Um, I agree that this man is younger than the yellow jacket man. Yes. Yeah, and then the glasses aren't the same. I mean, not to say that that makes a big, big difference, right? Because we can all change out our glasses and things like that. Not the same guy, Maurice says. Yeah. Yeah, and she's thinking it is. She's very adamant that it is. You know. Yeah, the earring. That was another thing, the earring, and you can't see it in this one as well, or maybe you could, yeah, because I flipped it over. But I was searching forever and looking, Sharon, and I could not find an earring on the yellow jacket man. Um, I don't think he's a realtor in Memphis. No, Sasha, not to my knowledge. Look in the glasses. Yeah, he's definitely shaved down Star for sure. Like he's all the way down. Um, yeah, they were thinking it was some sort of a connection with Bishop and because he's a real estate attorney and then Cruella's, thinking that it's Cruella's real estate attorney. Yes, that was her connection, like how she made that. Um, KP is originally from Virginia. The Virginia area. That's where a lot of her family's from. Um, yeah, frames are different for sure. Yes, yes. Yeah, I know. And that was the thing. We found out that the interaction in the Roadhouse was pretty normal, according to Seth, where it was kind of like just eat, no interaction, no fun. KP to act or look like the type to play or spend any time with Sebastian as he was made to live in his room unseen and unheard unless he was at school. I agree. I agree. Well, that very well could be too, Butter Biscuit. That could be a black market Rolex, a knockoff. Yeah, absolutely. Um, I mean, it looks pretty legit from what I've seen in pictures, but the knockoffs can be too. Um, yeah, she goes hard for sure, Holly. Yes, she sure does. Um, and Yellow Jacket made sure not to leave any DNA, in my opinion. Yeah, he was definitely Timu. He was definitely cautious and not to leave anything behind, in my opinion, Brandy. And it could be a Timu Rolex. It could be. Um, Zoom in. See, I can't zoom, Sharon. I can't zoom in. Yeah, the noses match Star. That was like the best comparison that I could find with the noses matching, but that's about it. Um, And I wish I could see if that guy's got an earring or even a hole for an earring, you know, because that would help, because it's on his left side. This picture, I flipped it. But this picture, you can see it like from the regular view. And he's got it on his left. No, I don't think the yellow jacket's a woman. Yeah, a little bit of a more square, yeah, head and nose on the guy in Texas Roadhouse is wider, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree too, Lady Roses. Um, maybe, but I mean, this one's pretty clear. That was another clearer picture that I could get of him, but I could never get his ear to see if that, like, the earrings matched up or anything like that. But that's a pretty clear photo of him. That one I took, and it was like, he looks like he's asking the guy in the black hoodie something. Like he's confused, you know, his brows are kind of furrowed, and he's just kind of like he's asking a question. And he's also carrying some cards around in his hand, but I don't think I got a good pic of him doing that. Oh, there it is. I didn't erase that one. Yeah, so he's got like those cards in his hand too. And I don't know what those are. Hey, Lisa C. Had you considered that maybe he purchased the watch from them because they needed quick cash and a lot of it? Oh, that's a very good observation, Lisa. Yeah. I don't think that we've talked about that here at all, so that's really interesting. You know, I wouldn't put it past him. And, you know, obviously Chris is in the Navy, a deep sea fishing kind of a watch. Oh, Sharon says the only way you tell with Rolex is in the back after opening them, in my opinion. Oh, I see. And Butter Biscuit says, may not be the same glasses, but same style. Many get new glasses, but keep this same shape in the frames. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, he can have a couple of different pairs of glasses for sure. Yeah, Timu does do that, Joseph Rapp. I agree. I agree. He's holding his hand like it's a mask. Yeah. Yeah. And Peaceman says, so very sad. Joseph, I've never ordered anything from them. No, and I won't either. People send me those things with a link for Temu and say, you know, can you, you know, sign up for it and get me money off or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Plus, I don't think the materials and stuff they use is very good either. And yeah, that's awful. And Ashley says, are we trying to see if those two people are the same person? I just got here. Not necessarily, Ashley. We're just kind of looking at them. I mean, I don't personally think they're the same people, but some people do. You know, it's like very possible. The glasses are different, I think. Yeah, he looks demanding. He looks like, you know, something's going on. He could have waxed his head, thin eyebrows out, stubble, looks like dark hair. Watch man's hair. Yeah, well, it's definitely dark. It's definitely darker than the one with the watch. Oh, okay. Hindsight says they are not cards, lady. It's a blue mask with back around his left wrist. Oh, okay. Okay. Back around his left wrist, excuse me. Okay. I was like, I didn't know. I couldn't tell, especially when it was in motion. It was like every time I go to grab it, it would like move to where it just would look like a blur. So thank you, Hindsight, because I didn't know what it was, and I was like, what are those cards he's got? No paper trail, just an exchange of cash in hand. Yeah, exactly, Lisa. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, it's not paint. Because whenever you could see it in motion, um, when it like moves around, it's weird. It kind of like shifts back and forth. Like it doesn't weigh a lot. You know what I mean? And Lady Roses says, I also think that worker knows something too, as he would have looked at whatever he was given to give to Pink Sweater, in my opinion. Yeah, and we can watch Hindsight's video too, because I have that one on there. It looks like they're working in cahoots. That's what I was thinking too. Lottery tickets, Sasha, exactly. Um, Lisa says maybe they sold him to the watch, and he had no idea all of this was going on. It realizes it was them that sold it to him. Well, and that's very possible too. Um, very, very possible, you know. Here, we'll play Hindsight's video really quick here, guys, too, because it was really good, and since we're talking about the pink lady again, and we did watch it in the beginning. Give me 1 second here. There we go. Music choice. Nicolashan, good to see you. It says, I can't stop thinking about the sighting of Sebastian at the zoo. Oh, I didn't see anything about him being sighted at the zoo. It is really bizarre, Sasha. It's so bizarre. Yeah, there's a way that you can talk on the smartwatches for sure. There's a couple of different ways you can do it because you could voice text. It's so hard because we can't see anything on his hands, you know. Oh, thank you, Holly. Let me take a look. Let's see. You know, I don't think I've seen this one. Well, I'll be darned. He's wearing a mask in this one, too. See, yeah, he's wearing a mask in that one, too. Thanks, Holly. Yeah, and see... This one, he's kind of wearing these little round glasses, and those look a lot like the ones at the Texas Roadhouse, I will say that. Not quite the same little rounded ones, though, I will say, now that I'm looking. But there we go. And golly, how many pairs of glasses does this man have? There's another picture of him. Strange. Very strange. And I wish we had a close-up of this man. You can't tell what his eye color is, really. It's just so hard to tell. Well, we're not going to see his eye color in that one. But, yeah, see, that's about the closest up one that I have. Hey, Kaika, thank you. As you might have been Grandfather Mountain, there are animals there. Oh, okay, yeah. And see, I don't know about, well, they said that one was already checked out. The glasses are all different, Detroit. I know, I'm like, what the heck, you know? It's weird. He looks weird. Sorry, not sorry. God forgive me if it's just an old man, but he looks creepy to me. I know. Princess Buttercup, I feel that way too, because it's like I hate to say it, but it's like, it's weird. Yeah, see, Kaika thinks it's a yellow jacket. I mean, there's a resemblance. There's definitely a resemblance. Definitely a resemblance. I know, Sasha. It's hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. Thanks, Holly, for sending that over. Because I mean, the glasses are always different, you know. Yeah. Oh, Sasha doesn't think so. No. Yeah. It's just hard to tell. It's so hard to. I don't know if it's a hairy neck or a shadow. Look at the yellow coat's neck. Yeah, and I kind of did that comparison. It's just hard to tell. It is hard to tell. I mean, his glasses are definitely different in that one. Um, he has three layers on under that coat, and it's not the type of weather that night, in my opinion. Exactly, exactly. Especially, um, needs unblurring. Yeah, Kaika, I agree. Well, and especially because, Sebastian was getting away without anything on. Um, Important to be aware of bias tendency to make something fit one's yeah, what one expects. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. That's a really good point. That is. In hindsight says, in my opinion, he has dark facial hair under that mask. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks dark and it's hard to tell. Gosh, I just wish that he wasn't wearing a mask. It's like, it's just like, it's so hard to really tell. And of course, in this one, he looks like there's no facial hair at all. He looks pretty clean shaven in that one. And then in these ones, again, he's, clean shaven in that one. And so it's just really hard to tell. It's just really hard to tell. And then this one, he's got the ears holding up his, and the mask is around his chin. But yeah, it is. It's just so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. Yeah, I don't think they're the same. I don't, because I think Richard Bishop is older, and it seems like his ears are bigger also. But then again, I don't know how old that picture is either. Um, yeah, we do need a link, and we do. Yeah, he is older. Yeah, I agree. Hindsight, I do. I think those lights maybe were phones. Yeah, and they could have been too. Yeah, or the watches are really another good speculation too, I think. That is not a photo of Richard. Yeah, I don't think so. What's the guy's name again? Oh, Richard Bishop. This man is supposedly Richard Bishop here. Yeah. So just a lot to speculate on. But that lady sure thinks he is. She really does. She thinks he is, and um, the watch reflection. No, those are coming from his glasses. Star, like this one, um, is in his glasses. So there's the smaller view of it, but then when I zoomed in and enhanced it, was that? I enhanced it there. And that's another enhancement. So, well, either way, Richard Bishop looks creepy to me. Yeah, I know. I agree. Maybe a nice guy, but it's all too much. Yes. Hey, Granny to 13. Well, sort of made it. Didn't think you were coming on, so I went to bed. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yes, I've been on since about, what? I think I went 11 today. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Granny. I know I'm probably going to be getting off here soon. Um, the Crystal Grotto is right next to the Hilton in Memphis. Did CP ever stay there? You know, I don't know. To my knowledge, he only stayed in his he only stayed in his camper. But that doesn't mean that he, didn't. What about the picture in the courtroom? Oh, I forgot to look at that one, Detroit. Sasha says, is there a picture in the courtroom? And of course, I wrote that down before. Hey, Ann. Ann says, getting late. I have to go to a yard sale, so I'm going to go now. And good night, Ann. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you have fun yard sailing. And either one of these guys ever go to phone stores? Oh, like Boost Mobile? I think there had to have been burner phones involved in it. I really do. Um, how in the hell does Janine know these people? I don't know. See, and that's the thing. She has a beef with she's got beef with one of these real estate guys. I showed the picture before. Well, apparently she's got beef with him too, which that's what makes me kind of worried about it. Where was the one? Oh, well, here's another picture. Yeah, see, he just looks so much older to me. I don't know. Yeah, I hope you make good money on it too, Miss Ann. That's great. Where did I have that? That's Pink Lady. I thought I had it in here. Um, sorry guys, I thought I had it in here. Oh, that's a picture of Katie's watch. Okay, oh, that's the other one, Richard. No, there was another one. Oh no, that's from tonight. Yeah, I thought we looked at another one. Well, I took the other guy out because it was something that they were alleging, but I could always pull it in and add it to this for next time. Guy. Okay, because yeah, there's also an older man with pink sweater. Or with pink sweatshirt at the bar, very expensive shoes. Yeah, with what we just watched. Yeah, the older man that was with the pink lady. Um, Joseph is biased. I get that. You know, and that's the thing. I mean, well, probably, you know, and it could just be something that looks like somebody that you know what I mean, or it reminds you of somebody. Um, yeah, trying not to judge, and why I say God forgive me is just old men, but for some reason it's the look and the vibes these guys, the glasses, the movements, places, and timing gives me the creeps. Yeah, I can appreciate that butter. Excuse me, Princess Buttercup. I almost called you Butter Biscuit. Hey, Karen Powers, good to see you. Oh, well, great. Thank you. I wonder if Richard, thank you so much. Says, I wonder if Richard Bishop is related to Doug Bishop of Adventures with Purpose, maybe just same name or maybe a relative. Yeah, you know, I didn't even think about that. We were kind of talking about Doug Bishop the other day. I don't know, you know, and I know this Richard guy's got to be older, you know. I don't know. See, this post doesn't have any date on it. It's just from like a couple of days ago when I snapped it. Um, but it doesn't give a specific date. Yeah, I'm so glad you're here, Karen. That's awesome. I know I'm probably going to have to get off here. I know I've been on for about 4 hours or maybe even more now. Um, but we can definitely revisit these things too. And then, like I said, I want to do a little bit more research on the poker party. Hopefully I can get that done. There's just a few more things I have to get done on the other thing, but I also want to try to play that comparison with Chris Watts because I thought that was really interesting, and I want you guys to be able to see you know, kind of what this person is saying, because it was a smart analysis, really smart analysis. um Yeah, and I was so glad to have all of you guys tonight. And then, of course, I will see you tomorrow, and we will kind of go over some of this stuff. If I can pull that other video in, that would be a quick one. I can kind of edit it so that way we can watch it on the channel, the Chris Watts versus CP and KP analysis. And then maybe I can bring in some of the research that I did with the poker party too. So Um, Aries, so you guys freak me out and then leave. I know. We've been talking for a while, and you know, I know it does freak me out, especially that Sebastian's like supposedly in this guy's glasses now, you know, which is weird. Um, because we did the analysis on the photos, you know, and Hindsight did that video on the photos. So it's all very curious to me. Um, you know, I'm still not convinced it's the same person, of course, but well, and that's the thing, Lady Rose, is I can't say, you know, that she's wrong or right. I really can't. The interview, okay, so the interview says 3 weeks ago and bodies were found yesterday. The date of the post between the interviews and bodies. Oh, okay. Yeah, that comparison was really good, Detroit. I mean, really good. Mike Damon is a good one. Kaikis says more and more weird shit coming. Yeah, I know. I know. It's awful. You know, and it's just trying to find a better understanding so we can figure out what the heck happened. And it's just weird. It's weird, all of these all of these different players that we really didn't think about before. Even the pink hoodie, or excuse me, the pink sweater lady. Yeah. Yeah, Sasha. And I mean, that's interesting too. You know, you just don't know. It's all pretty strange. Princess Buttercup says, yeah, it is strange. It is. Well, thank you all so much for being with me here tonight. And I will see you tomorrow night. You all take care. And coming out of the woodwork for sure, Aries, coming out of the woodwork. But we will talk tomorrow. And then, of course, if you all want to send me anything, it's ladyfreedomsrawnerratives@gmail.com. I wonder if the message her to make friends with her to see what all I can get from her as I believe her. Yeah. Thank you, Hindsight. Blessings. Yes. Thank you, guys. You all have a wonderful, wonderful night.